Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now it's target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, shit like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain, all this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out thrown. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the plan. It's the magic
Drez catches sings. All my brothers in the rain. Karl with the bummer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic guy where all the money get made.
Drez catches swings, all my brothers in the rain. Karl with the bummer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic guy where all the money get made. Magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
All right. Let's see if I'm live. There we go. What's happening, gang? Good morning. You're all doing all right? I'm looking to miss this 6 a.m. short. Missed this 6 a.m. short, but no, my mic's on mute. There we go. That's better. I was just saying, missed the 6 a.m. short here. That was a perfect setup. Previous hour mid, and we just led right out to the downside. I'm looking for this this P12 low, but I was looking at the profiler, and what I don't like about that right now anyway is the price track right here at 7 o'clock starts working up pretty aggressively. And I've seen this a lot of times where we get down close to it and boom, we don't take the low, and we wait, and you can see like New York 1 will get the job done. So I'm kind of waiting and seeing what I want to do here. So I got these 105 lots sitting up here at 28,550. And then we might come up here and grab those before we do anything else, or at least make a run toward them. How's everybody's morning? How are we doing up there in YouTube land? I guess switch this up in a minute. Because I do this off of early London for the 6 o'clock hour here, and then I change it up a little later. But I took a short, and he closed out my run. It should have helped. I probably would have got stopped here though, trailing. I'll just pull back anyway. Being realistic about it. If I just left the trade alone, yeah, this runner would have been in there. But I probably would have trailed this regardless. So didn't do too bad. We have to get our usual. EP, got Wes, Maz King, Jeff, what's happening? Bello Montuka, I don't know if Muntaka. All right, don't know if I've seen you before, but good morning. I'm sitting with you, Mark Netter. Good morning. See some of the rest of our usual suspects filing in shortly. A little late for the bell. Let's see. We got a short Asia and a short none so far for London. Or the early London on the profiler doesn't give us a lot of high confidence in this P12 low at 41%. But I mean, we got an out of stat high here at 430. So I don't like that at all. Well, we got out of stat high, out of stat low, sorry. And we have an out of stat high as well. Midnight. Which is actually, of the out of stat highs, isn't the worst out of stat high. So right around there, midnight hour. Yeah, price played really well with these anchored VWAPs from CPIs. So it's this one, so June 10th and July 14th. So once you can see from the open from 1800 when we gapped up, bounce 1, 2, 3, finally fourth time, actually 4 times, fifth time finally broke through. And that was what I said. Well, I knew it was going to run right to this next one. Well, it didn't go right to it, chopped. But what do we have though? We had a line, Q1 high, Q3 low, Q4 low. Yeah. the high in the hour 1, low in the third hour. Same with this hour. This 3 hour block, 21 to midnight, and rolled right over, put another 3 hour line, and then another 3 hour line. We were almost, this one apex, and then failed. So let's see what we do here. Four a.m. hour, yeah, that was a tough one. So we may be coming back down and have this 3 hour block give us a 3 hour line. Gave us the start of that. So I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for, I want to wait for 7 o'clock to open up, see what we do. It's 7. So I'll be paying attention to if we come up and challenge the 6 o'clock. You notice what we got stacked here, 6 o'clock open, previous hours mid, and Globex open right here. And it's looking like this wants to do another did here at 4:30. And try and work its way back up. But I'm gonna sit and wait till 7 o'clock opens up before I take a trade here. I mean, the obvious trade for me right here, though, is the rejection of this 05 box and the short to see if we put in a line this hour with a Q1 high and a Q4 low. But like I said earlier, I was worried about that price path that the profiler is showing here. And it becomes very clear. 7 o'clock for London, right? Boom. I start hockey sticking up here. What's that though? It's 7:20, 7:30. Sometimes I like to start a little early too. So You might just be caught in some chop until it starts wanting to make that aggressive move upwards, only to have 9 o'clock come in. And if it follows, looks like we have a red pill, green pill situation here this morning. But we have to see what happens with London, how it closes out, because that'll change this price projection. But if we follow this red pill, we'll come down and take that P12 low, 9:30. Potentially before. Might do it in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's see, we have news. I see Mickey's in here. How many are you long fish? Are you long rainbow trout this morning? Or does the vacation come to an end? Oh, we go, okay. We got PMI. Manufacturing PMI and ISM. Oh, hello. SpaceX earnings tomorrow, huh? That should be fun. And we got Delta all the way back to zero, man. Like -100. We're floating at over 1,000 in the overnight. Yeah, over plus 1,000. Did we get to it? I think 922. Like I said, I'm interested in the short, but I gotta wait till 7 opens because I do think we might follow what's going on here and get a nice pop. So I don't want to get caught in all that nonsense. Yeah, it's looking like we're going to come get that 550. 105 lots of 550. And whether they trade them or not, that's a different story. Getting into the gap. Did about half of it already. Goes like that. Here. So not quite half yet. Not getting close. Yeah, there we go. We're going into the 05 box now. Let's see if it starts closing this candle up in here. About 30 seconds. So I want to wait to see what 7 a.m. open does here. We're going to get continuation of this retrace back up. Hopefully get a nice stab down, and then we can long it. And if it stabs it goes up aggressively, fails the 6 o'clock open, this 3-hour mid, then I'll be looking to short it. But let's see. I want to wait till 7 opens up here. Let me change this up to New York now. So 93% for the mid. $79% for the low. Like this gap to get refilled too. All the way up to 78% for 100% gap fill. 89.30 does that for us. Get this set right. Current month, 30% bear, huh? We are here. And 20 seconds for 7 to open. Here we go. I'm gonna grab that 100 lots, looks like. big swing. So have you selling all morning right now? Swing down here at the 49. There we go, bros. See if it just keeps pressing down now. I'll go for 3 here. Got to that swing I was looking for. Tag. Stop just below it. It's gonna be my first stab at this. Retrace back up. Notice if it doesn't go for that P12 low. This may stop us to go for it, but I think it's going to come and then work its way back up into this. Oh. I'll just wait for the 15 minutes to set here. I may have just got unlucky there. $9.05 now set. Did I take that? I took that 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah. Try one more time. Oh man, I just got torched twice. Oof. Looks like it's going for the P12. All right. There it is. Statistics 1. You could retrace up here. Anybody else take the shorts? Smart play. I was playing the opposite day this morning. I mean, we didn't even make an impulse up. Let's see what we do with 15 minutes here. Raise the bar, J. Now it's 3. I'm going 3s. So I wasn't scaling that. I probably should have gone in with 1 as it was coming down, but yeah, I kind of thought that was going to be set the stab down real early, at least make an impulse to the open. But P12 low. And so now we got another out of stat low. So I'd be hoping for here is to get some movement and let's take shorts into get the low here. Because usually when we take the P12 low, we stab a lot lower than this. So I'd be looking to get into this blue zone here. This is a 3-hour. So I'd look for a retrace back up and then try to short this thing now. He's going to go right for the P12. Hello? Hello? You calling? Hello, hello.
Yo,
What's happening? You were calling?
everything good?
Yeah, did you call me?
No.
My phone just started going off. No, dude, my phone's sitting here. I'm on stream. I didn't touch it. It just started ringing. All right. Me too. That's what I picked up. All right. I'll see you later. But that was funny. Austin thought I was calling him. I thought he was calling me. What the hell? Drez, what's happening, brother? Yeah, internet. Having a bad time. Let's see what this 15-minute does. I'll take another stab at a long here.
Can you hear me?
This other swing. Yeah, we got you now. We got you now.
Yeah. Here, dealing with internet problems this morning, bro.
That's not good.
Nah, it's raining like crazy here. That's why.
All right.
I was trying to get on earlier. I was here. You couldn't hear me. You couldn't see me. You couldn't do anything.
Nah,
Now I'm here again.
I got torched in a couple longs right there.
Oh, no.
What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
I got this short to P12 low, right? At 7 a.m.
Yeah, nice. I didn't.
Yeah,
I was
inside.
after it went down.
Oh. Yeah, we inside the gap right now.
Okay.
Overnight. We inside
Yeah, we
overnight
are.
gap. Yeah, so we get the 6 a.m. open and 1800 open. So yeah, that was nice little short. I took profit already, and I'm my weight. But my computer's so slow right now. Can you hear me? No, I guess not.
Yeah, I got you, man. I'm just muted. I've been coughing a lot.
Okay. Yeah. How's everybody doing? What's up, everybody? Steve. Haven't been here in a minute.
We got the gang here.
We got the gang. Yeah. I can't share screen because if I do, I'm gonna freeze. So I can't share my screen.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get this a bounce like this, you know, earlier when I started longing.
Yeah.
I didn't think we were going to come right down to the P12 low. By the time we come down, we fake it. You know, we rattle on. I was expecting to take the back half of the hour.
I see. What's the probability for P to a mid?
But yeah, this is the pullback I was. 90, 93,
90? Got it.
79 for the low, yeah. And where we were sitting when we started 7 o'clock, we were closer to the mid. Closer to the mid.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought there was going to be a deep swipe down. You know how they like to get close to the low, not take it, and then start whoop, start working its way back up. And then I thought that's what was going to happen. And then we were going to take 930 was going to take the low. That's kind of what I had mapped out in my head.
Gotcha.
So I took these swings.
Okay.
Since we got into that swing, that was at 620, 630 here. That's where I started to long that. And then bang, that slam. Twice.
Dang. Yeah, we got outside Sunday's range too. Overnight range, the Sunday range. Rejected that low right now. So yeah, that was the reason why I was short. And now we pushing.
Yeah, I was just early on it.
Yeah. We got news today, right?
Yeah, PMI, I think.
Yeah, okay.
PMI, ISM. Yeah, but that was the retrace I was looking for when I took those shorts.
Yeah.
Just like exactly that's what we're seeing here. It was exactly what I was playing for, but I was looking for it before.
Just a little earlier on. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. How's the chat doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody well? See, we got. Rondo's back from vacation. Oh Lord. And
rainbow trout.
computer froze again. He's long.
Yeah, rainbow trout is long.
Yeah, we got New Year 1 in 10, 9 minutes to start inside this gap.
Yeah, we got good numbers to recover the gap too.
Yeah.
So 78% to recover 100% of the gap. So we already covered almost 50%, right? I think we got to 50%. I was down there, maybe.
Think so too.
Nope,
Yeah.
close.
Yeah.
Now we close below this 15-minute. I'm going to take a short. We'll close. So I'm still looking for a line out of this. This 7 o'clock hour. So line down. Get deeper below this P12. MA, MFE zone. Maybe come challenge settlement down here at 28,404. Asia doesn't count as shortfalls. Mine is ticket. Swiped it. What'd you do, Drez? Did you count Asia shortfalls? Yeah, just, I mean, we got a couple swipes of it. They get a candle closure there. Just barely. You got a close here on the 15. Nope. Still above. Yeah, this one's probably going to give me a shitty close. Yeah. Box here. I stopped just above the previous head of the hour. So you can't run a data settlement here. A 2 off coming off at 452. Go 5 box. So I took the trade off the 15-minute break in Q1. Looking for that usually we go deeper. Go up like 0.18 to 0.23, somewhere around there. Three-hour NFP zone. And right down about settlement 0.25. Playing out. Yeah, good time for this to happen too. 7:40 to get into this area. 0.10. New York won't open up cooperates. And gunship trigger to the downside too. Yeah, not looking like sure. See if you can average this here. That'll be my last trade for the morning. Try to get these three out. Just out, try above the 3 hour midpoint. So the 3 hours it's setting up here. So I just added, could have added a little bit higher, but see if I can't average this and get 3 out. Salvage it. Just don't think we come down and attack this P12 low and go lower. Just got to get back below this New York OU, and it'll be in pretty good shape. should be getting half of this out. Let's go. All right. I don't know if I was on mute there, but my stop is right above the 3 hour midline of with this current 3 hour block. I could have had a little bit better, but we got 3 out, took half of that off. So my original trade stands. I got a better position now. I'm looking to get 2 off at the 0.01 still, 0.10. So the 05 bob or so. Like I said, I think we extend further below this P12 low. Here we go. That's what I was doing here when I added those 3. If I was going to get, I think I added like another, what, 80 bucks to that, or 60 bucks or something if I was going to get on. If I was right, which I was, I would get 3 out, be almost back to flat. And now I think we're in a good position to go to get these 2 off. That's looking good, 452. We're going for that right now. Come on, Drez, I need to stop playing with me, NQ. Stop playing. Let's go. Click the 50. Take that 7-4. Perfect. All right. Runner. Back to basically where I was before I took those stop outs. Now let's see if this one pays off. This run. I'm all the way down to settlement, previous day mid. See how deep the gap. It's not even the whole gap either. Just a little bit more than half of it, so. I'm gonna leave my stop right where it is. I'm not gonna mess with it. We should get a line here. I mean, we did this is a Q3 low now. So Q1 high, Q3 low, go back up, mess around at the P12 low, but it looks like we're gonna start to make that below low. All right, anybody else in these shorts taking this P12 low? Here, like Drez, you took if you took 7 o'clock open, we gave the short. 6 gave a nice short because you had the previous hours mid, and that 5 o'clock previous hours mid right here, like right when 6 opened, you just failed it. Then the Q1. 15 minutes here. Yeah, and then you had a nice bounce back up for the Q1, broke that. It's a nice short signal. Same with 7. 7 came up. I was going trace, but I was a little early on it. But once I got the Q1 break for 7 o'clock, that's where I shorted. And I added to that on that retrace. I almost got stopped, but this is what I'll do with those. I'm going to get stopped anyway, I'll add. Got a little better, but it still did exactly what I was looking for. It allowed me to add 3, double the position, take 3 off at about 12 points, which got me back to flat. We're just back in profit again, and then my original trade played. So got 2 off at 0.10, pass the 05 box on that second 2 on these 2. 1 runner, see if we can't get down to settlement. That's was that 403? So I'm right in front of it at 404. Settlement is 404. So I'm right on settlement. All right, Jet, good stuff. Did you get out yet? Or what are you looking for? We went into 3-hour MFE zone. We hit the bulk of it right here in this lighter shade. It's 80 percentile, right? Down to 445. We got a runner, see if I can do some damage with it down to settlement. And typically, at least like this 0.17 here, we typically extend further once we get below the P12 low, especially with 2 stabs like this. 3 stabs. First one, second one, and then this third. I took 0.10. That's a good trade. Solid trade. I mean, it's exactly what I took too. That's where my 2 came off. That was my original trade idea, was take 2 off there, hold the runner. So now let's see. Because we're closing below the Q2. Close candles below. Just swiped up. See if we close back below it. And I'm talking the Q2 open. Q3 open, sorry. So I'm going to slide this stop down now, because if we get above the Q, close candles above the Q1, I'm going to want to be out of the trade anyway. So I'm going to give it a little bit of room if it wants to swipe. So it's not about the money here; it's just about process. Because if we take Q1 back half of this in the back quarter here, we can just be ripping up to the upside and putting it into doji. So no use in holding on to that. Fine. Actually, I'm going to go right at 499. That's the previous. That's the hours made above that. So even if now 8 o'clock can open up, and if he wants to come up and challenge that mid, if it's weak, it'll just keep cratering down. Thanks, Maz King. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, if this were a few years ago, I would have been really hot and bothered by these 2 stops. And it's not that my trade idea didn't work, right? This long was, it did exactly what I thought it would do. Bryce decided it was going to put in a really big aggressive candle to the downside. It just decided it was going for the P12, right? I had it in my head that it wasn't going to go for the P12 just yet. you know, and I traded it. I traded that. So, and it cost me a few $100s. So and it was worth it to me for that trade idea, because I've seen it 1,000 times where price will come in, almost take that P12 and then just run it right back up. 150 lots sitting up here, they're probably still there. Yeah, 106 lots sitting at 550. I had an idea that they might come up and want to entertain that. First trade idea for Magic Hour didn't work. So then I waited for 15. Let me see what the 15-minute sets, and I waited for that candle closure to give me the trade entry. And like I had said too, it's probably going to give me a crappy entry because it pressed down pretty hard. And I entered all the way down here. 81 was my first entry. And then used what was I using as my stop? It was above, I wanted to be above these swings here. Park my stop right above it. I think it was close to the previous hour's mid, 28. No, it wasn't that close. So it was about 15, 16. And then just re-entered. Re-entered when I felt like we were failing that. So doubled up that position, got 3 off. Now in a good position here. But so original trade idea ends up working out. Purely below the P12 low. Looks like we're going to attack this out of stat low. And in a really good position now to have 8 o'clock be able to open up. That's my hope now, is that we press down even further, 8 o'clock can open up, and then use that P12 low to knock it down, right? So if it wants to swipe up, maybe it swipes it a little bit and then keeps pressing down, complete that 3-hour line for 678. And that's what we've been doing. We've been putting in lines. Or was it last night? I think the overnight we were putting in lines. Now here's one. Line down. Let's try to apex. Line up. This 3-hour was a line down. Q1, Q4, put in the low. It was choppy, but we did line, line, line. This almost gave you a line down to 6 o'clock. Almost, but again, failed apex. So now we got another line. We got a line for 7. That's why I'm thinking 8 o'clock. We get complete that 3-hour line down. Let's see. What's good ship saying here? Oh, yeah, you need MFE. Yeah, you need MFEs right here. 404. Yeah, I like it. I like where I'm at with it. go. Let's get it done early. Mess around. Time is it? 53. Middle times. Looks like he wants to stretch. Yeah, Delta flipped negative in the 16 hour and the 6 o'clock hour and just kept going negative. So I'm minus 600, 1,000, 9 and change. And the overnight, I'd expect to see the same thing. Pre-market, get to negative 900 or so, maybe 1,000. Should do it. Think we're this close to settlement. You gotta go for it. I think that's a rule, isn't it? I read it somewhere. All right, let's go. You tick deny me. Bang. There we go. Bingo, bango, boingo. That's how I draw it up every morning. Just like that, guys. Easy breezy, lemon squeezy. Take 2 nasty stop outs. Like instant. Like these were not even minutes, minute and a half long each. Oh man. But sometimes you got to do that, man, and change direction, right? I was looking long, but again, I wasn't looking for this type of long. I was looking for the retrace just to cash flow that thing. I was just convinced that we weren't going to take the P12 low at that in this first 15 minutes. I did not think the P12 low was going to get taken. I thought it was going to get taken at the back half of the hour. I mean, we did this where the big move came anyway. So that was my expectation, was for a stronger move at the back half of 7, which I got, which I was able to trade for. So had enough ammo, didn't get crazy and leverage up on my second trade here. I had a little bit to work with because I had some overnight profit. So yeah, all in all, I give myself a B. And now we're almost time for Austin's got another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. But I'm hearing some whispers. We're going to have some interesting live traders join us in the coming weeks here. So it should be good. Back trade groups getting out there, getting some more interest from people. I'm waiting for my man LD Honest to come back on. I know he's been working hard. He's glad. He was on the overnight. chatting it up a bit. I know he's been real disciplined with what he's doing. Yeah, thanks guys, appreciate it. Oh, there he is, Shag. What's up, buddy? Shag been holding it down, man. Proud of you, brother. Not that you need me to be proud of you, but it's good to see that you've turned that corner. I love your posts about being a funded trader. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, anybody, any of you watching, that guy right there, Shag Nasty, he's been through it all with all these fucking trading groups, tons of them. Been years with it. It was Mickey's project for a while, and he's got it, man. He's stepping into his own. He's live trades. You know, the Asia session now has been anchoring, right? Asia. He's been doing the community live stream, being the responsible party during the Asia live streams. Well, he's been consistent. He's been there a lot during those 8, but during the community live streams. So it's been great, man. Great watching you step into it, man. Well deserved. A lot of hard work went into that, I know. And it still work, because I know it never ends. No one mutes you there. Dude, I didn't mute you the other night, man. I don't know what was going on. I didn't mute you. But let's see, 8's opening up. I think it's still going to be strong down. Let's see if we. So if you remember, I was saying I wanted to keep my stop of 7. Now I would look at P12 low as my break point. If we start closing above that, I would want to be out of trade, but I'd still be looking down. I'd look for impulses up to take shorts down, because these are just out of stat lows. Out of stat. And usually when they're out of stat, like around this, you know, the 7, 8 o'clock hour, not. So it's just like easy pickings. And usually we just trade them out. It just keeps getting traded out until probably news. Unless news is just fucking shitstorm and we just bleed it out. Because we are below our 30% bear, Mickey. Closing some candles. I know they're only 1 minute, but we're here. I like my anchored VWAPs. They played really well last night. There's another 15 minute, but I was using these to trade off of last night. Great rejections. These rejections were 20 cents to almost 100 points. Close, about 80 point rejections. And then once we broke it, bang, we took a nice run to the next, almost to the next one. Up here at 709. Yeah, pretty close, within almost 10 points. And then once we failed it again, lights out. Let's see where the next one is. There we go, they're much lower now. So this, let's wrap with this one down here, 27, 188. If we don't reclaim these right here, start sitting on top and going after this next guy. I think we go lower, we start cracking 2,700. anytime soon, though. That's maybe take a couple days. See how this week opens up. Not trying to predict nothing. I think we got to deal with this gap first. So that'll get us down to about 300, 305. Bowie, Chelsea. Good to see you. Oh, my man, Peter Vilhoven. Forgot to say good morning to you. Good morning. Wes, you still in here? You trade with Bowie? I think you trade with Bowie, don't you, Wes? Wondering how he did. Looked like a pretty good session for you guys in London. And never catch his goddamn stream. It's hard to hear me. Is that volume better, guys? I'm probably blowing some people's ears out. So I know what happens. Sometimes I turn and look at my other screen and I'm not talking into the mic. Let's see what's going on with the other markets here. Yep, Dow's up. That figures. Dow's up 1%. Look at that. On Nasdaq's pressing down. ES up 0.5%. RTY, who cares? Gold just fell out of favor, huh? What? Oil, where's oil at? 78, down. Keep an eye on oil. And dollar, let's see, dollars in 99. A dollar and Nasdaq going down together, huh? It's true, Austin. Who cares about RTY? I mean, maybe PTFX will start trading it. Oh, but listen, he's killing it with YM, man. Killing it. I mean, he lives in Nebraska. What do you? $60. Fucking soybeans. Should be trading corn. And that guy trading corn. He's got to have some inside information on corn, right? Fucking cattle, maybe. All right, tell me if you hear me better, because I did turn up the gain on. All right, that's good. Somebody said I was low, which I probably was. I speak a little lower the more my voice is shot too. I was coughing all night, not feeling well. All right, so coming back up to the 8 o'clock open here. I'm going to set trades on this. I'm just going to call it. I got my trade in for the morning. I'm going to wait till 9:30 till I do anything else, especially with got some decent news coming at 8:30. If I was already in a trade, it'd be all right, but no need for me to take trades around that. See where this 15 minutes is going to set. So just like 7 o'clock, I was expecting a retrace. This is exactly what I would look for. 8 o'clock now. That retrace up. Previous hours mid is all the way up here at 747. So it's got a lot of room. But first step, got to sit on top of this 05 box. Like I said, I'd like to wait for this 15 minutes to close. No need to rush it. So same process. I do the same process when I trade these this pre-market magic hour. with the 15 minutes. Sometimes the things I will do is like Drez did. He was in a short earlier on 6.
What up?
Hey, what's happening? That you, Mickey?
Yes, it is.
You just keep crawling out of your sleeping bag, or are you home yet?
No, I'm definitely home now. It's nice to be home.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, man.
I see you all by yourself. I figured I'd jump on. You want to see some cool
Appreciate
magic hour stats?
Oh, yeah, of course I do.
All right, we're gonna take this with a grain of salt
Yeah.
because we're still scrubbing and auditing all the data. All right, so let's take. So when you look at this, this is any time-based range that you want to draw, right? And so when you take the 5 to the 6 o'clock hour, what you realize, right, with a cutoff time of 7:30, right? When 6 o'clock takes out 5 o'clock, there's this in the last 6 years, right? There's a 77% chance of continuation, right? And then when you do the 6 to 7 o'clock hour and 7 o'clock breaks out, you see it's a 75.
Yep.
And then
that's the one I'm out.
Yeah. And then 7 to 8, when you break out of that during the 8 o'clock hour, going until 9:30, there's a 70%. Now, all of these, right, the moment we put our cutoff time after 9:30, you'll realize the continuation drops in the reversal. So what that's telling us, right, is, right, it's more, and then like you can get into the fine tune, right, of basis points, like this is the reversal. So like out of this, let's go back to one of the magic hours, right, 6 to 7, for example. All right, so out of this, and this is past 9:30, so let me get the cutoff back to an hour and a half. We can even do 60 minutes, it doesn't matter, right? So these reversal zones, right, each one of them has like a high probable it goes up before it reverses. But either way, right, what it's telling you, right? And so when I release this to the public, right, these little reversal continuation reversals are the MFP. Well, I don't want to call it the MFP because it's going to reverse. right? But the times that it does reverse,
Yeah.
right, this is the highest probable off of that box reversal zone. And these continuations are the pullbacks of that hour, right? And them being successful, right? So, like, again, it all points back to, like, as you trade magic hour, right, there's more likelihood to just continue with the hourly breakouts and just buying or selling within that. Does that make sense?
That's exactly what I was doing here with 3 hour lines, right?
Exactly.
So for me, I know that 7 o'clock stat, like, because I did a lot of work on it with ChatGPT, and it discovered, like, hey, your bigger move instead of going after 6 is in 7 o'clock for that continuation.
Yes.
That'll typically give you a bigger move. Yeah.
So if you see right here,
100%.
right, all of it gets skewed at 8:30 and 9:30, but like this is the 5 to 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Right. Once we broke out of that,
I cut off. Just so you know, I cut off at 8:15. Just so you know.
Oh, cool.
For that reason.
And then yeah. And then this is your 6 o'clock hour. So once 7 o'clock, you needed to buy the pullbacks, and then 8 o'clock until 8:30 is more likely to make a new low than to take out this high. So it's like you get these cool little signatures, right? And you can use basis point pullbacks and all that. So like we'll go 25 basis points pullback. Actually, we'll go like this, 20. Actually, we'll pull it up to the previous hour 50, right? Which would be 26 basis points. And so for this one, let me set it up. So we did the 7 o'clock hour. 7 to 8, cutoff time's got to go to before 9:30. Right, you can see with the 27% basis point, there's only a 41% probability that we're going to continue in that direction. Right, so the better one is, so like right now, any cells that you're in, the higher up, like right now you're at 17 basis points. Right, so now
that's probably pretty good.
Like we can see that we're below the 50% probability. So again, that's in sample, out of sample as well, right? So we know that like if we're in any shorts, like this pullback's not healthy for any shorts that we currently are in.
Yeah.
And 8:30 is probably going to come through and wipe them out. But yeah, dude, I figured I'd talk to you. You said you had to jump at 8:15.
No, not at all. No, I was just saying because Austin's getting ready to come on.
Oh yeah.
Like 8:20.
But yeah, man, just slowly working.
Dude, I love that.
This process, this program. This is going to be the free side of that for everybody to be able to get MAE, MFE off of that. But yeah, super clean Q1 high. This gave like false signatures, but then Q1 high, Q4 low, and this one's giving you a Q1 low, expecting 8:30 to, because we got ISM today, don't we? They said 10 though.
That's correct. I've been talking about that. That's why I said I that was my trade, man. The P12, after we broke P12 low and got back under it, I was looking for that 3 hour line. But now once we completed that and we got a deep pullback, so we went from P12. So this is basically the max that you would see. Yeah, 0.32. Usually it's like 0.24 or something like that on a Monday. It's usually like around 0.18. So we've already pressed way below what we would. So I bet we retrace this now until that's where I would expect the bigger move to come from. Especially
if you look at your 12-hour, if you look at your 12-hour MAE, MFE from a Monday perspective, like the highest probable is from 9:30 to 10:15, right, to put that MAE in. But from a price standpoint, we've moved quite a bit. So I'm wondering, right, like if this 6 MAE at 6 is going to hold, right, and then we just move on down. Now from a candle, well, I'll get into that part with my war game, but like from a candle science, upside is still the higher probability. But this is just that, like, one thing you can always think on Monday is like, I forget who put it out there on Twitter, but Mondays have like the highest probability of retracing Friday's previous day mid out of all the days of the week. So that's a pretty cool stat, and we got to see that happen overnight.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Well, right now we're closing above the Q1 of 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So we're starting that retrace.
Yep.
So we might be looking at because we already set the low for a 3-hour line, right? We just did it in the Q1 of the hour. So now this 8 o'clock is free to go right back up to that P12 low if it wants. It's set that 3-hour line already.
Yo, what's going on with the
We just might make,
what's going on with the yen, man? You been paying
I
attention
don't
to
know
that?
what's going on with the. No, no. What do you got?
Nah, they're just ripping it up, right? Like, so if you go to, there's definitely some stress in the bond market right now, based off the carry trade and all that. That's outside of this. I haven't been paying attention to it though. My timeline's filling up with it though, so I figured America will intervene or something like that, and they'll get it back on track.
They already did.
Oh, did they?
I saw something where they already did.
Nice. Where's old Drez at?
He's having internet problems.
Hmm.
He tried to get on today, but he couldn't. He wasn't able to stream. So.
Gotcha.
Then I heard him getting busy. I heard him get busy at work. So.
How's everything going in Hawaii?
Yeah, really. It's going, man. We're doing all right.
Nice.
Looking to get a second car. Start doing. Start getting a little rideshare business going.
Nice.
It's been working out really well. Better than I expected. Let's put it that way. So to have all my all that personal shit with my wife cleared up, hopefully within the next 30 days.
Nice.
60 days max.
Nice, man.
I'm thinking we can get something ironed out in 30 days.
Then you get your life again. Start your life over.
Oh yeah, man. Yep. I'm already checked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's
finally got over that.
every time to check back in, you know.
100%, 100%. So, but I'm excited for it. Actually got full cycle now instead of having bad feelings and sad feelings about it. Have more positive and upbeat feelings about
Nice.
it. Right. So finally got through that whole cycle. Here we go. We closed above that 15-minute Q1. Some aggressive candles. Here we go. I think we're going to go attack that P12 low again. But again, I'd be careful taking any trades around news coming at 8:30. That's up to you. But we did get a nice close above the Q1. Looking like we're, like I said, Q1 low of a 3-hour line down. So that's already done. So we might be getting a Q1 low for 8 o'clock and a Q4 high. So just be aware.
I don't know how to switch the screen back on.
We're almost done anyway. What do we got? Another.
There we go.
Austin's late. Where's Austin? Is he messaging us yet?
I am going to go get coffee for our live stream.
He's ready. Yeah, he's ready.
Wait, I got to get coffee first.
He's getting coffee.
Right,
he wants you to wait now. Dude, you got an 8-minute intro, bro.
Yeah, but that intro hypes me up, man. All right, big dog.
Guys, I appreciate you. Hope you got something out of the stream this morning. Austin, take it away, brother.
Did you find value in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm sure for the same cash flow targets, I appreciate
appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Pumping masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles at the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Another episode of PackTV. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you guys are new, we do this every single week. Every single Monday, we come in here, we live trade from London all the way until about noon EST. Then we recap it at the end of the day. So if you guys are returning, welcome back. And I'll also welcome back, we got Mr. Mickey. Welcome, Mickey.
Ah, man, I'm back. Vacation was way too awesome. So one thing I like to do when I come back from vacation is, like, most people like do this in the new year. I like to do it when I come back off of a break, right? That's why I don't take too many vacations, but I like the goal set, right? Like vacation to vacation, right? Since I take vacations like once every 5 years, like it gives me like that 5-year plan. So my goal coming off of vacation is to, I don't really have any goals yet.
Is to do the same dang thing.
Exactly. You know what I think would be cool though? Like, we have been requesting people to give us who they want to see us live trade with, and we've gotten a lot of traction with that. So I think before we do anything, I think we should start by going over some of the schedule of who's coming to trade with us.
We can do that.
Because we have some great guests coming up.
We got a lineup here. So we got, if you guys want a little schedule of who we got coming up for us, we have, so we just had Tradecopia last week. If you guys missed last week's episode, that was really cool. We had some annoying issues. We've never had this before, but Restream just completely crashed. So we had Tradecopia on last week, the CEO. Then to this week, we were actually supposed to have Tyler G. We had to we have to see if we can maybe push that back. We had some scheduling conflicts happening.
Yeah,
and
congratulations to him, because he just got picked up to be a live trader on the Tradeify team. So he signed contracts and he's got to get permission from them. Yeah. So for you guys who trade Tradeify, like, that's why he wasn't able to join today.
And then next week, we have on August 10th, we have Rye Trades. He is an ICT based trader. He's excited to come up and show you
cool
guys.
Thing about him, the way he trades, Rye Trades, right? The way he trades is directly synced with the way we do probability flags and candle signs. Actually, he agreed to it because he supports the candle science software that we do, and he thinks it's really cool that we're able to put probabilities on stuff. Like, we always hear people say high probability, but they don't have the data. And so when we showed him, hey, we have the ability to put data on your candle science theory, right? He was like highly impressed, him and T-Trades. So excited about that one.
And then on the 24th, we have none other than Mr. Dave Trades coming up here. Let's see. You know what I think I can do is I can share. I want to give these people some shout outs here. I'm going to share my window here, and so that way you guys can see who is who. So next week, like I said, on the 10th, we have Rye Trades. So if you guys want to go
on those social media.
So
oh, there he goes. Now I will.
This is Rye Trades. So we'll be having Rye Trades coming on. And then, like I said, the 24th, you guys have probably seen this guy around here before, Mr. Dave Trades. Dave Trades will be coming up. And then on August 31st, we will be having Mr. Profitable Loser on here. You guys have probably seen Profitable Loser on social media before. He kind of aligns exactly with how we preach, right? Just do the same thing every day. He's been trading the same way, teaching the same way of trading for a very long time now. So
And the cool thing about him is like
him,
another dude that like said, "Hey, like I've noticed this little retracement between these times," and like so Globex Open is his big thing. He calls it something else like New Day Open or something like that. But yeah, like being able to prove his concepts as well, right? With statistics, like he's a legit dude, and we can prove his trade style with probabilities. Pretty epic.
and it's sounding like I'm going to give her a shout out because I haven't got solidified dates for like 3 other pretty big traders. Still in the works of seeing how we can get them scheduled. But we do have one that is willing to come on. We just need to get a good date. And I really like her too. I really like watching her trade. She used to trade a lot on Top Step TV. And it's Miss Anna Marie. Anna Marie's, and she's also big in statistics and math and stuff. So it's probably gonna be pretty fun having her come up here.
And are you going to talk about the Robbins Cup trader?
Oh shoot! Well, I'm waiting on a reply from her, but absolutely.
She definitely said she was going to do it. We just got to get the dates right.
Let's share her real quick. Mrs. Marcy. You guys have probably seen Marcy from the Robbins Cup. She placed 2nd place in the World Cup trading competition, which is insanely impressive. Is Miss Marcy. So she's going to be hopefully we just got a group chat started with her. So hopefully she will be coming up, but she's a 2nd place world champion of last year's Robbins Cup. So got a big lineup, man. Got a big lineup. We're growing.
Yep. And as you guys want to see more people, like reach out to them, tell us, we'll reach out to them and get it going. Like I think it's pretty unique and pretty cool having different traders from different backgrounds come up and trade, and like each one of them I learned something from, right? Like with Dave Trade, for example, is like guaranteed like he's going to help me with my entries, right? Marcy like will be like competitive trading and like the pressures behind that. Just profitable loser. Like these guys are like, these aren't people that like we just decided to like talk to. We've been scouting them out for years now, right? Years, right? To ensure that they're worth their salt and their weight in trading. So definitely excited about it all.
It's gonna be a good time. I think the biggest thing that what we're doing is kind of showing people, because we've had a lot of guests already come on, and that's like a lot of the things that we do. We talk and look and speak the same things. We just say different accents, or we say them with different accents. And like one really fascinating thing that I hope you guys can see is statistics. When you apply statistics to any discipline of trading, it doesn't change it, or it doesn't make it in like a completely different strategy. All it really does is it sharpens what you're already doing by giving you quantifiable things. And so one of my goals when we have these guests on is to kind of dig down into as much as they want to share, of course, of how much they trade, and then just be like, oh, okay, so you trade during this time, you shoot for this level, here's the statistic, or here's something that, just like how you said, Mickey, like we could probably learn a ton from them. I'd like to give back to them and just be like, oh, okay, you trade during RTH Open. Well, here's a great statistic, right, of the RTH Open high day, low day, or whatever it may be to apply to how they trade.
Oh, this is a really good question. Nancy Pelosi.
Dude, listen, if we have a politician come up here, that's the day we're going to be set apart amongst every other live trade session in the world. We will be the Super Bowl of live trading.
but then also that's the day when we can't say we're honest and transparent traders anymore.
Dude, that's the day we've sold our soul, right? We come up here and call the bottom and top.
Yeah, man. How's your weekend?
Dude, it was good, man. It was good. lately I've been very intentional at this, and honestly, it's been probably another reason why I've been trading so well. And that's just, dude, on the weekends, I am so just, it's personal time. You know what I mean? Like I disconnect. It's been really great. What about you?
Dude, it was amazing. And I definitely fully agree with that. You have to have an off switch, right? Just like in any business, right? Like you don't work 24/7. You don't work on the weekends. You need that reset time. You need to go outside and enjoy your yard, or go on a walk with your dogs, or do whatever, right? I call them brain rot sessions. You need brain rot sessions, right? Where you just brain rot. Like it is what it is, right? No gym. Like on the weekends, like it's no gym, no trading. I'm at the point where like I don't back test or learn anymore. Like now, if I see a cool concept, right, like I'll just familiarize myself with it. But like you've got to reset your brain. And I don't know the scientific terms to it, but I definitely think that that's a thing that is frowned upon with younger traders, but is definitely huge with older traders. Because at the end of the day, in 40 years, we're all going to be dead or on our deathbed. So, right, don't sell your soul to companies. Don't sell your soul to trading. Don't sell your soul to stuff that's not going to matter in 3 generations after you pass from this earth. You know. So enjoy your life.
I completely agree. Hey, there's a reason you don't see us partnering with a prop firm, even though we definitely could. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely could.
Oh my gosh! Like I even got another hit up from a top prop firm last week, and I was like, I can't do that, dude. But yeah, like it's just not. We're not here for that. We're here for the working class people, and trying to show you realistic expectations of trading. And that's what we're all about. We're not here to be the biggest fish in the sea. We're not here to be the all-star champion traders that are fighting on Twitter spaces. Who's better than who? No, we're here to show you realistic expectations of trading and the reality of trading. Win, loss, all of it. So I think,
should we get into it?
Yeah, I think I owe you like going first, like over the next 9 weeks, because you covered down all last week. So I'll go first.
No worries. I just have fun doing it.
Yeah, I kind of missed doing it. I didn't. When I go on vacation, I don't even look at the chart. So I had to spend this weekend actually catching up on what happened last week.
I'll catch you up on what happened last night. Nothing.
I see that. All right, so we are going to delete all of these random things on my daily chart, right? Straight out the gate, right? Let's pull candle sign stuff off to the side. We see that we're starting a new month, and in this new month, we are below last month's NFP and last month's previous month 50, right? We know from a statistical standpoint, right, when we're below previous month 50 or NFP Friday, we get 50% green days, 50% red days. When we're above them, like these examples, we know that we can expect 70% green days, 30% red days. That's since like 1962, right? We also know, right, that there's 3 types of pullbacks that we have defined in the Pack Trade Group from a daily perspective. You got your monthly slowdowns that look like this. You're above NFP Friday, previous month 50%, and you're just waiting for the next month to rotate, continue up. You got your quarterly pullbacks, which we are currently in right now. And so because we're below NFP Friday, previous month 50%, we expect quarterly pullbacks, meaning the quarterly lows get taken, and then we look for a rotation back up. That happened like right here in March, right? We saw it. We traded it all together, right? You can see the 50% green days, 50% red days mix. And you can see that we wiped the quarterly lows right here, and then the next month rotate it back up, right? Into 70% green, 30% red kind of environment, right? We're currently in that right now. So our quarterly low is actually July 30th low. So if we took one of these things right here and we measured 60 days back and we took the low, right? And we would see that this is the lowest low, right? And why this is attractive, it has nothing to do with price algos or anything like that. It's just from a 401k perspective, from a pension perspective, from an investor perspective, that's quarterly discounts, right? So if you look, right, you're getting a 3-month discount. That's like Black Friday sales in July, right? We do notice, like in the past, historically, once you take that quarterly low, you tend to spend the next month rotating back up, right? And who knows, like this can be the quarterly low swipe here, right? Because if it happened right here, right, our quarterly low would have been this low, right? So we're going to spend this week seeing, do we get above previous month 50, which is right here in the purple? Do we rotate above NFP Friday back into an environment that has 70% green, 30% red, right? If we cannot do that, then we go into a yearly change of character, which is the third type of pullback, meaning we're in an environment that most people identify as a bear market, right? And in a bear market, in every bear market, we've had 50% green days, 50% red days, right? So let's go to a couple bear markets, right? This got classified as a bear market. We got a 50-50 split. The last one was in 2022, right? We had this bear market, and you can see clear as day, 50% green, 50% reds, right? And we wait to rotate back up, right? We don't try to jump in front of things. We don't try to whatever. Now, what you'll see with some of the best firms out there, to include Jim Simons himself, he made majority of his money in a bear market or a yearly change of character where you had the 50% green days, 50% red days. And the reason that is because those are the environments that do a lot of mean reversion. And people and funds like to trade mean reversion. Also, a lot of 401ks and pension funds use these bear markets. Well, they're always going to, every month they have to allocate stuff to places and all that. We won't get too much into it. But the reason I believe the 50% green day and 50% red days happen still in the most bearish markets you can see is because pension funds, 401ks, money markets, all that stuff are investing, right? They're just dollar cost averaging whatever, right? You can see here in 2020, all right, same approach, about 50% green, 50% red, and then we started rotating back up into 70% green, 70% red months, right? So we know currently in our state, right, in the market environment, right, because we don't necessarily care about market environments from an intraday approach, but from a volatility approach, we're expanding, and we know we're in an environment that offers a lot of mean reversion. Like we're not in this environment where it's not mean reversion, where it's green days 70% of the time and red days 30% of the time. We're in an environment that offers 50% green, 50% red, mean reversion city. Right, so now we're gonna zoom on out. We're gonna zoom back in, right, to the candle signs, going to previous day high, previous day low, and we're gonna use Friday, and we're gonna use Thursdays, and we're going to pull up the probabilities of previous day high and low. All right, so let me pull up that site. Oh my gosh, I've been back from vacation for like a day and all my tabs are open again. What is happening? All right, so we're going to come over here. We're going to go to the daily profiler. We're going to log in. We're going to wait for this cool little display, which I still need to build one that has the wolf face in it. All the stuff I think about on vacation I still have to do. We're going to go to candle signs. We're going to make sure we're on the daily, right? We can go all the way to H1 NQ, right? Last three candles. And we know that the last three candles, Thursday and Friday, were both bullish, right? And that Friday took out previous day high, all right? And we can see right now that previous day high has a 70% probability of getting a hit. Previous day low has a 26. So we're going to update here. We're going to say this has a 70% probability, and this has a 26 of taking out previous day low, right? Unless, right, the opening price is lost, right? Which is, this is Friday's opening price. Right, and then we're going to see if we breach that opening price, what happens to stats. We can see that the low gets 64 and the high drops down to 59, right? And then we're better off, like that would be if we get like a short true or a long false, we're going to expect this to happen in the New York 1 session, right? So we're going to update our stats. The parentheses is if we breach previous day open. This go to 64, this goes to 59. Right? But we're not in the business of going to the lower probability until live price telling us it's time to go to the lower probability. So now we're going to put our target. We're going to say, yes, we took out this previous day high. And where can we expect the high to get put in? All right, so we're going to come over here, back to our candle science. We're going to select that, yes, we took out the previous day high. We're going to click on this little box. And we're going to get our MFB, our percentile zone. So this yellow line is going to represent the 1,105 times that we've had this candle structure happen. This yellow line represents previous day high. Out of that 1,105 times, 70% of the time, they've hit 15 basis points off of that previous day high, right? So we're going to go to 15 basis points. All right, we're going to zoom in and we're going to draw a little box, and that box is going to be green. All right, to signify that's what the 30th percentile or the 70% probability is, right? And then we're going to draw our median MFE, which is going to be sitting at 0.26 off of previous day high. So out of that 1,105 times that Thursday, Friday, and today did it, right? We know that we went 26 basis points, 50% of the time, and 50% of the time we reversed, right? So we're going to go to 0.26. And we know that the top of our green box is going to represent the median, right? Now we're going to go to our 70th percentile, meaning, or our 30th percentile, yeah, 70th percentile, sorry, which is 43 basis points. So out of this 1,105 times that Thursday and Friday and today did what it did, 30% of the time, we made it to above 43 basis points. Now this is where, you know, knowing the volatility environment you are in matters, right? So we know when an environment, let me draw a little box and I'll walk you through it. 43. I'm going to clone this little box right here. Ah! Stop it, you. And we know we're going to color this red. And so, right, we know we have a couple of things that let us identify volatility, right? Is volatility contracting, meaning the ranges are getting smaller, or is volatility expanding, getting bigger, or is it just stable, right? So we know that if volatility is stable or contracting, right, we're going to target the 30th to the 50th percentile, right? And this is with any MFE that we use. If volatility is expanding, we're going to target the 50 to the 70th, right? The lower probabilities, right? Because we know when in volatility environment where the ranges are getting bigger, right? The first thing we use is VVIX, right? I just go to the daily chart and I look at it, right? This is the volatility of volatility, the range of the volatility, right? And we can see, let's go to the futures, VX1, right? We can see that volatility is contracting, meaning the ranges over the last 10 days in this little explosion we had last week is getting smaller, meaning that our ranges are contracting, right? The next thing that we use, right? Let me go back to NQ, are the distros, right, of overnight, right? So right here, if you look over the last 10 days, the median range, meaning 5 of the 10 days made it at least 655. And if you look right here, that says MON for Mondays, over the last quarter, the median over the last quarter's Mondays was 348. Asia only spent 160. So type in the chat, was volatility expanding or contracting in Asia last night? London, the median was 164, 55 basis points. Last night it spent 63 basis points, 179. Was volatility contracting or expanding in London, right? So if you said Asia was contracting, you'd be correct. If you said London was stable, you'd be correct, right? So our distros overnight are telling us that volatility is contracting, meaning the ranges are getting smaller. VVIX, the future product, is telling us volatility is getting smaller, right? Contracting, stabilizing, meaning our ranges aren't going to be explosive into the New York 1, right? So with that being said, we already have a clue that when we look at this high probable target area, MFE, from a daily chart, we know that this high has a 70% probability of taking out the high, but we're not going to target the red box, the 50th to the 70th percentile. We're going to target the green box, the 30th to the 50th. Does this make sense in the chat? And while you guys type, tell me if it makes sense, and that way I can move on. And while you guys type, because there's a delay, right, I am going to start putting in what Asia and London did into the daily profile and getting that ready. While I do that, I'm going to reset, make sure I'm back on New York, because I always like to do Asia and I mess it up. Oh, there's a poll. Are you a dark mode or light mode trader? You know what? Just because you said that, I'm changing my site, my picture, to what kind of mode I really am. Canvas, bright orange, and bright green. How's this? How's
Dude,
this
that's
all
perfect. Dude, listen, I thought it could never get better, and it just got better.
I'm bringing the 80s back. All right, so let me get this back to normal before people think we're just clowning. All right, and like that's why me and Austin do the things that we do. We kind of hedge each other out, right? So he likes to be a dark trader, but for us old people, we like light charts, right? So I use a light chart, he uses a dark, so we balance each other out. All right, so what did overnight do? We've already identified that overnight volatility is contracting, meaning the ranges are getting smaller. We see that they bought up Asia, so they did short fall, so you could do long, true, I don't care, right? But we know it got bought up. We see that London got sold off. So this is contradicting markets, right? Contradicting markets overnight, meaning that if we look at this, just the way it sits right here, we say long false broken, short true, none, right? The one thing that we can identify by higher day, lower day is that, yes, we can put a higher day in at 23.32, which it currently is, but more times than not, we put the higher day and lower day in, right, in the RTH. In the RTH. So we know that we're in an environment, because we're so far low, we're either going to break out to the upside and put a higher day in, a new higher day in, and then reverse back down, or we're going to come down and put a low of the day in the morning and a higher day in the RTH. So right now, let's see what else we can find that can support that, right? We can see that from a 12-hour approach using 06, the market close, right? These red bars right here being the MAE, they support us either put in the false wick. So if we think of a candle, this doesn't represent it being a bullish candle or bearish candle. This just represents the false wick. All right, so this is our 06 to market close candle. If it closes red, then this 06, right, this from the open to the high, that represents the MAE, which is this red area down here. And if it turns out to be green, then it would represent, the MAE would represent from the open to the low. And then the green bars represent the distribution times, right? So one thing that we can see on Mondays over the last year, that Mondays really like to put that false wick in between 9:30 and 10:15, right? Which supports, right, our daily profile, low day or high day between 9:30 and 10:15. Now, one thing we've got to pay attention to, right, is which side we break out of, right? We know that. So we know that we're expecting a lower day or a higher day between 9:30 and 10:15. Yeah, so Asia is short false. You can do long true, but we know that Asia was bullish, right? So whichever one you pick, just make sure it represents the bullish structure, right? Which, just like we know, London was bearish, right? So now we know that we're going to use a 7:30 to 8:30 box, right? And I'm going to go over this because we got time, and you know, like I'm always about like helping people, but we use the 7:30 to 8:30 just like we use the 2:30 to 3:30, just like we use the 18 to 19:30, because when we looked at it over 20 years, over 10 years, over 5 years, over 1 year, over 60 days, right, it all pointed to the same thing, right? So 7:30 to 8:30 is the highest probable reversal, right, that you're going to get. So if you notice, right, Asia has more likely, it didn't do it last night, but it has more likely a continuation, and London has more likely a continuation. New York 1, the 7:30 to 8:30, has more likely a reversal signature, right? Meaning that we can expect that reversal signature off of this 7:30 to 8:30 more times than not. Now we use a 7:30 to 8:30, so we can, right now, there's 4 possible scenarios that can play out. We can break to the upside first, right? And then from there, the question is, do we take out the 7:30 to 8:30 low, or do we not take it out? So if we play this scenario in our probability dashboard, we're going to say we broke out to the long side first, right? And what's the probability of continuation, which would be true? We can see that continuation to the upside only happens 36% of the time, based off of Asia, based off of London, and based off of us breaking long out of 7:30 to 8:30 first. We can see that if we go long, right, our price structure should look like this. And we know that this is the 38% of the time, right? And we know that we are going to use the 4-step continuation to identify this, because this is the lower probability, right? However, if we break out long first, right, we can see that, I mean, there's a 63% probability that we go false, meaning we reverse, right? Meaning, right, our price structure should look like this, right? We break out of that 7:30 to 8:30 range, and then we come down, which would look like this. Now, there's 2 other scenarios that can play out because we haven't broken out of it yet. We can break out to the downside first, and then what's in question is this high, the 7:30 to 8:30 high, right? And now we want to see, we saw if we break out to the long side first, there's more likelihood of a reversal than a continuation. We'll use the 4-step reversal to identify this, and we'll use the 4-step continuation to identify the lower probability. Right now, if we break out to the downside first, does it hold the same edge? Right? So we're going to clear this out, and we're going to click short, and we can see that there's a 30% chance that we do true out of New York 1 for continuation, meaning that there's 8% less, right, than the continuation to the upside, right? So we know if we break out to the downside, this is the lower probability, just like this was lower probability. This was 38%, this was 30%, right? So now, what would the false look like? The false, meaning the reversal, happens 69% of the time, right? And it's going to look something like this. Man, that music is hitting today. It's relaxing. I'm about to take a nap, right? So we know that these are the 4 possible scenarios, right? The continuation is the lower probability, and both,
Somebody put in the chat, you have Asia marked as long false.
Oh, hot dog. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. So now let's go back and see our high day, low day. Yeah, so we can see that it's more likely to be a low of the day during 9:30 to 10:15 and a high of the day end of day, right? Remember, right? Same thing that I just went over still applies, right? We're going to use the 4-step continuation, right, for the lower probability regardless which way we break out, and the 4-step reversal regardless which way we break out. Now, once we break out of one direction, we can delete the other two because there's no longer need for that, right? So we're going to start off by doing the shorts. We're going to say we broke out to this short, and guaranteed, like this is guaranteed, it's just guaranteed, right? If I do the short, we'll break out long first, right? Just like if I did the long, we'll break out short first. That's just Murphy's Law kicking in, and we know it's going to happen, right? But we're going to do these two scenarios first, right? So we're going to say we went short first, and we know that the true is the lower probability, right? And the false is the higher probability. If we go false, we can see that we can put a low of day between 8:30 and 9:45, but we're still going to go 9:30 to 10:15, and we can expect an end of day, high of day, right? Now we're going to use the 4-step reversal for the false, meaning, right, as we break out to the downside, we're going to be looking for a reversal. Now that doesn't mean we wait to take trades around this, but we're going to say the 4-step reversal is this represents the 9:30 price on the 1-minute IDA low, right? Can we get above it? That would be step 1. This is going to represent the 9 o'clock hour, which we know is the highest probable reversal hour of the day. And step 2 of our 4-step reversal is going to be, can we get above 9 o'clock's 50%? And then step 3 is going to be, can 10 o'clock take out 9 o'clock's high? And step 4, can we put a Q1 instat low in? Once those are locked in, all 4 of them, then we can lock in that major pivot wherever it is. It could be at 9:30, 9:32, 9:47, I don't care. Between 9:30 and 10, whatever the lowest low is. Once we lock these 4 steps in, I know I've locked in a high probable low for the 3 hours and a high probable low for the rest of the day in this scenario, right? Now and then, yeah, those are the 4-step reversals, right, that we're going to use to identify this. Right now, to identify the lower probability, right, what we're going to do is we're going to do the 4-step continuation. So the first step is lack of a 4-step reversal, meaning we can't get above 9:30, we can't get above 9 o'clock's 50, we can't, 10 o'clock's taking out 9 o'clock's low and making an instat high instead of a low. So lack of 4-step reversal is the first step of 4-step continuation, right? The second step would be 40 basis points off of the 6-9 low. Right? Why? Because when we independently measured 40 basis points, all the basis points off of the 6-9 breakout, right? We saw that once we breached 40 basis points, that's where the flip of having a true day happens more than a false day happens. So that's kind of an independent measurement, an obnoxious measurement to say, go with the lower probability over the higher probability. The third step is going to be, do we blow through the mode to median of the short false, right? Low of the day, right? So we've got to come in here and we got to go short false, and we're going to put the mode to median, which is from 0.4 to 0.7, mode to median from off of Globex open. If we blow through that, which is supposed to happen 0.4, this is up, nope, 0.4 to 0.7. Negatives 0.7, 9:30 to 10:15. Holy shit, that's crazy. Don't get diluted, right? If we blow through, there we go. If we blow through this low of the day zone, which is right here, that's step 3 of the 4-step continuation, which means we expect a short true over a short false. And then the last step is, do we blow through the 50% MFE of the 7:30 to 8:30 breakout? So we're going to put this on, and we haven't broken out, so I'm going to have to get cheeky with it. So we're going to go to 8:03. Hot dog. we'll just go to 8 o'clock, and you go to the 5-minute. All right, and we can see that the 50th percentile, so the same thing like with candle signs, right? This is the 30th, the green box will be the 30th percentile to the 50th, right? And then the red box will represent the 50th to the 70th, right? And we can see, right, if we blow through the 50th percentile, which is right here where the green meets the red, that's the last step for a true over a false, right? And then the last thing that I'll do is I'll put a line right here, because we remember our daily candle signs probabilities. If we bridge the open, the probabilities go for that low. I'm going to sync this in global so we can see where it lands. And so we can see if we bridge this black line, right, our probabilities go for the previous day low over the previous day high, right? So with that being said, right, my trade plan, let me put my high day in for the short false. It's going to be between 0.6 and we'll go 0.9. 0.6 to 0.9 for a short false. Between 1500 and 1600. So my trade plan, as it stands right now, is I'm risking 5% per trade, which 5 to 10% per trade to grab longs, right? Right? Why? Because candle sign syncs up here, right? Let's put on our green box up here. Let's sync it globally, right? It lines up with our high of the day, end of the day, right? So, right, first step that we have to do to get this high probable short false scenario, which you can kind of see is playing out already, right? We dropped, we're ranging, we're dropped, we're ranging, and then we expect a new low to come in, right? Is for us to stay above this 40 basis points in this 50th percentile, right? Once I start capturing longs, whether I use front run of the gunship or, 930 open price, right? How I'll do it is I'll cover my queen 10 basis points off of entry, just like always. Step 2, right? I will use to the upside, if we get a short false, the 50th percentile off of that gunship move for cash flow target number 2. And I will try my hardest to hang on to runners all day long, right? For a new high of the day up in this area where the high of the day is, right? Meaning I'll give myself good positions down here if this is a low of the day to capture, right, the end of day high of day and be at a good position where if I add a P12 mid or London OU, right, it's not going to jump my cost basis too much. For the short true, right, I will use like 5 micros, not 15 micros, to target short trues, and then any shorts I take, right, will be cover the queen, meaning 3 comes off at 10 basis points. 1 will come off at the 25% box, and I'll just leave 1 micro on for a runner just in case we get a short true trend line down, right? And I won't be targeting a low of the day or anything like that. I'll just target like that last runner to come to the 70th percentile, right? So that's my trade plan. Now you can guarantee and bet your bottom dollar we will break out to the long side first, which I will do the same plan in reverse, right? Longs will target previous day high, and then shorts, right? I'll wait for 10 o'clock to even come up with that trade plan, and it'll be like, I'm not looking for that right now. So that's my trade plan for today, and I'll pass it off to you, and we still haven't broken out. So have fun, Austin. High five.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. I've been really enjoying listening to you because I'd just be sitting here being like, "Yep, all right, well, we're stuck."
The one obvious clue the market's given us is we cannot get back above that P12 low, right? So that supports the short true day, but we have to expect a reversal between 9:30 and 9:45 or 10:15 at the most. So it's going to be one of those days that test your patience, right? And I just see that.
I got a question for the audience out there, or maybe even Mickey, but like, dude, so every time I'm like potentially trading cash, like live cash, I use my IBKR. I totally get I should probably be using somebody like AMP or, somebody with way lower margin. I think IBKR has pretty high margins, but I only do 3 to 5 micros, so I don't really care. But is there an am I just crazy, or is there an easier way to trade futures other than literally opening up like the order ticket? Because every time I trade cash, I'm literally like, I'll literally have my IBKR on my phone here, and I'll just have it sitting. And when I go to like take a trade on my computer, I'll literally click mid price and I'll swipe to buy. But is there a
to be honest, like with IBKR, like I just use my phone to order ticket the same way.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm switching.
Buy and sell button. So you just click buy. Because like, dude, there has to, because they have what's crazy is they have like this full chart view right here.
Yep.
And if they literally just added a button, just like Trading View, where I can click buy and sell, set my stop, how easy would that be?
Well, I'm starting to like pull out of IBKR right now because like I don't like their features, right? And from an intraday live account, right? Like I'm going towards using Ninja, and then I'm probably going to use Robinhood for investments. I don't know, or that company that you do dividends through.
Oh, M1, dude, highly recommend M1 for. Yeah, I probably do need to get a new broker. Yeah, see. Okay, this is one thing I will agree with Chris on. I do think NinjaTrader is good for trading cash, but if we're still talking platforms, I don't know. Is NinjaTrader mobile? Every time I see people pull up NinjaTrader on their phone, it's like this DOM. It's not even like a.
I don't trade live cash on my phone, dude. I trade live cash behind computer screens.
Like, again, like, do you guys see why I get so heated about this topic? Like, it's 2026, and I'm asking, is there a way to just put my stop loss and TP on the chart instead of? Well, they have a mobile app.
Top Step does. They're Top Step Live, but they use plus 500, like MRD says, but they're not around long enough for me to trust them with my live cash.
Y'all think I'm putting live cash, like serious live cash, in Top Step X broker? Get out of here, bro.
I got a platform. Hugo's Way, and you have to use MT5.
You have to be 60 years plus to use them. There's an age requirement. All right. Let's get what we see here, guys. So every single time we do this, I like to kind of break my charts down. Hey, we just hit over 100 viewers. If y'all get value from this, hit that freaking like button, baby. We just hit over 100 again. Last week, we had an all-time high in viewership, and we crashed Restream. So I don't know. We'll see. So going to the 60-minute chart every single week. Now, this is one thing I wanted to kind of add today. I don't normally do this, and the only reason I'm doing this is because we're going into August, the last major chunk before the new fiscal year.
Wait, you gotta share your screen. I don't know how to do this.
Oh shoot, my bad.
There we go.
So we're going into August, and the one thing I just want to put on your all's radar, just like how we read anything from an hourly candle all the way to a yearly, right? Like, same way, because the statistics, they stay consistent. They're fractal. Okay, people say price is fractal. This is one part I would definitely agree that the Q1 is just such a big centerpiece for a lot of time frames that you can just evenly divide into 4 chunks. Well, going into August, it's a new monthly candle, right? So this was July. Okay, I plotted this out here in July. You guys see this? This is July 2nd. Oh, I got to shift it up to the left one. July 2nd. I messed this up now. I'm sorry. July 1st to the end of July, you can see right here, perfect example. Q1 high, Q4 low. And now if we shift into August, and what we're looking for in August, it's exactly the same thing as I'm looking to see, because from a fiscal year standpoint, we're in some sort of doji profile. Okay, we took the Q1 low, then came up and took the Q1 high. So this is something we typically see in the anatomy of some sort of lack of follow-through candle. So this giant explosion we did going into the summer markets here, and then recovering in the fall, one thing I'm really going to be paying attention to for the month of August. So if you guys want to plot these levels on your chart, or if you're new here, I don't normally do this higher time frame stuff, but this is something that really will lead to maybe, as I'm taking intraday trades throughout this month of August, these may be key levels that I target for a runner one of these days. So you never know. And that's the first portion of August. So this first major week here, I'm going to be paying attention to, do we extend below the open, or do we extend above, making either a bearish weekly candle or a bullish weekly candle? Because if we make a bullish weekly candle and then the second week takes the first week's high, this is going to be my target. And I know this sounds crazy. Because what is that, all-time high? But that's what's going to be my confirmation for we're in a bullish monthly candle. And I'll be looking at the Q3 opening prices here, which is the July opening prices essentially. And then if we get there, if here, then I'll be looking for that high. But then vice versa, okay? Because we don't look at both sides of the market, we don't look at just one side of the market. We look at both sides of the market. If we start forming a bearish quarter for this monthly candle, I will be looking at fiscal Q1 highs and also these opening prices here. The Q2 open, the opening price of the fiscal year of last year, current fiscal year this year, but October opening price of last year. So I'm going to be I think this is a really key month. I'm happy to be wrong, but I think this is going to be a key month on establishing, are we in a continuation leg to the downside for more downside price movement? Or is this the reversal month where we actually make some sort of continuation back into what we typically do, which is on Nasdaq be more bullish than bearish? So that's just a little bit of going into this monthly candle. But now let's get into the daily candle. So the daily candle, what we look for and what I care about every single day, looking at this month, looking at the week, is I first want to see where we had. Did someone say summer markets? Yes, I did. Looking at this week is I want to see, first and foremost, did we push above and below? Okay, did we push above and below the weekly open? One thing we love to do sometimes is, if this is the weekly open and this is Sunday, we love to keep on pushing. Everybody and their grandma thinks we're buying, and then boom, we make a wick, right? We leave some sort of little to no wick on that weekly open. So what we're seeing right here is we did that. So now I want to see, okay, where is the statistics mostly stacked in favor of above or below for the RTH open? Today, it's above. If I go down to the 5-minute here, you see a lot of statistics. You see these 3-4 bullish levels here. We got midnight open. Y'all know that's my bread and butter. P12 mid has still not been hit in the pre-market. So what I'm going to be looking for today, and if we add the daily profiler to my chart, we're going to do the short and sweet version, because Mickey went super in depth, and I don't want to really repeat a lot of the things he said. Is I'm just going to be looking for, first and foremost, we went false last week coming out of a true streak. Okay, so we went true 2 days back to back with 1 day going false. So what I'm looking for going into today is, now do we start to continue from a variance standpoint? Do we start to go false again in a row? Okay, or is there any signs of a true? So with the false being the higher scenario, we can see that with the daily profiler, if we go short false or long false, this low of day is very out of statistic. And the only thing that this low of day really holds and has any significance for is an in-stat low a day for a long true. So if we go long, okay, because market opens in about 7 minutes, so probably we'll take at least one side of this range with the volatility of 930, right? With this P12 rejection, okay, because I tell you guys this all the time, the first major step is, where's the high day, low a day? Next major step is my P12 analysis. What have we done with the first half of this daily candle that then gives us breadcrumbs for the second half? We got a question here. What is the fiscal stuff? First time I'm hearing about it. So fiscal year, and Nick honestly just answered it perfectly. It's looking at the markets on a yearly time frame using fiscal yearly open instead of the calendar. And if you guys want to see that, this is what I mean. If you guys have a question like Neil here. So it's just the opening price of October to October. And why do I do that? There's not like any market secrets or anything I have. It is literally one day I thought, well, if the budget of America, okay, if every year we're talking about the budget and everything revolves around the markets and America and the government and blah, 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 blah. Well, I was in the military for 7 years. And one thing that we would always be like looking forward to is in October, what's our raise? What are we getting? Because that's when the budget gets passed. That's when everything in the fiscal budget of the federal government starts to then change to the next year. So I was like, well, if the Nasdaq, okay, the thing that is tied to the success of the top 100 tech companies of America, of the government, that, and you know these people have attachments in
which is a debt-based economy, right? Debt-based meaning they have to pull debt from somewhere, right? All these companies
to fund these companies, bailouts when they go like when they're getting freaking. You hear this all the time, right? When they get budget issues or they're about to go to bankruptcy, who's bailing these companies out?
Or giving them the credit to survive or sustain or anything. So like there's two types of liquidity. There's market liquidity, which you guys know, the bid, ask, dom, all that stuff. That's market. But funding liquidity, right? There's 4 providers of that across the world, but we are the dominant one, right? You guys probably heard a lot about the U.S. is bailing Japan out because Japan is the credit card of the world. However, they're getting bailed out by the U.S., right? And wouldn't it be a coincidence that it's happening the month? Like, so when I was in the Army for 20 years, right? Like, you had to get your last reports, your last spending in August, and anything that you didn't spend, all that money got shifted up, and they get to spend it wherever they want. Well, that happens from a global standpoint, too. Yeah. So we use October 1st because that's when the funding liquidity that runs economies starts this new budget. But yeah, absolutely. Good question.
And one could be arguable, could you still use the calendar? 100%. Like, I'm not saying like if you guys find value in like splitting things into quarters over a yearly time frame, could you still use the calendar concept instead of 100%? You could do like time frames or whatever you want to care about, and then base that constant off of a statistic. Like these time frames up here on the top left corner, theoretically, I could sit here and make my own time frame, right? I could say I only care about the 11-minute 0.5 time frame, and then whatever seconds that is, I would say I'm an 11.5 minute time frame trader, and then I'm sure because now you're adding structure, you could build statistics on
and
that.
The biggest thing is like the biggest thing is just when you collect your data, do it on the same. Like I use the 3 hour. Like most people are like 4 hours, and I'm like, I like 3 hour, right? Like I like the 3 hour that feeds into the 12 hour that feeds into the daily chart, right? But I collected all the stats on that, right? So do the same thing over and over and over again, right? Whatever you choose.
Hit that dang like button. Listen to Vince here, bro. We got 108 people. Let's go. Going into March. Oh, shoot. I didn't even do it. Cool story, bro. Which trades, though? So going into this market, what I'll be looking at quick and dirty is we're rejecting this P12 low. Okay. Second step of my analysis, I'm always looking to see how are we interacting with the first half of this daily candle. If we are rejecting, okay, we break through, we retested the P12 low, and now we're hard rejecting. We're most likely going to go short out of New York 1. Well, if we go short out of New York 1, what does that mean in terms of in-stat high a day, low a day? Well, that means we're going to exchange an out-of-stat low a day. We can reference our profiler.
Are you expecting a Spider-Man? Spider-Man has joined. Do you want to add them to the stream?
Do what?
It's just popping up on my restream. Spider-Man has joined. Do you want to add them to the stream? I say go for it.
Dude, who is this?
Who do you think it is?
I knew it.
I knew it. Yep. All right, keep going.
You got 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes, Austin.
All right, 2 minutes. I only need 30 seconds. 30 seconds starting now. Boom. All right, in-stat low a day, 930. This box represents 930. If we get above it, I'm long. Cash flow heavy towards the P12 low with 1 runner to 2 shooting for the New York 1 false. If we break through and show signs of going true at a short true, I can leverage the fact that we do have a 2350 high of day. We've fallen outside the time to do so, but we've done the distribution, and I'll wait for 945 to make it obvious to continue joining the shorts to the downside. And that is what I'm seeing today. Let's see, did I do it? Oh, dude, I didn't even need 30 seconds. That was like 15 seconds. Let's go.
That's what he said.
That was pretty good. What's Spider-Man seeing? What's Spider-Man seeing on the old man MYM front?
Trying to get connected to my accounts, but I can't. I don't know. It's Monday. But anyways, I saw them. Me and my kid went to the new Spider-Man movie this weekend. It was awesome.
Dude, I loved it. That was such a good movie.
You saw it too?
Yeah.
I like the Punisher. Dude, he's hilarious.
Dude, the only thing that made me upset is, like, did they really have to choose the Punisher? Like, of all the superheroes to help Spider-Man, did they really have to choose the Punisher? Like, dude.
Yeah. Why would they not choose the Punisher?
Bro, the Punisher's like Batman of Marvel. He doesn't even have any superpower. He just can shoot guns.
Literally what makes him a badass.
I don't know, dude. I'm not a big
Punisher. All right, Marcus fan. Open. Make a new low of the day. New low of the day. Cool.
No spoilers. Oh, dang. Okay, no spoilers. But, I mean, I think the trailers show the Punisher, so I'm not spoiling anything there. He's the GOAT. Y'all like the Punisher, man? I don't know. Like, the show was good. Like, I'm just being a hater. I'm just being a hater, bro. The Batman, again, I like Batman, but it's like he's just a rich dude with fighting skills. You know, like, let me just put.
I don't know why you're trading. I don't know why you trade, but I trade to be Batman. I be able to afford his cool technology. All right, there's your new low day. So I'm
Here we go.
Paying attention to rotation back up.
Daredevil, bro. Daredevil is blind and can literally have like superior senses. He is like, he has superpowers. What you talking about? What you talking about, Jet? I dig Daredevil.
I'm seeing if we can get healthy closures below the 930, or are we going to keep sucking back into the range? All right, looks like we're going to get a healthy close below. Maybe not.
Well, Karl, if anything, I'm fueling the side for he's nothing special. Like, I love shooting guns, but I'm not a superhero.
In my eyes, you are.
Let me say that one more time, but slowly, and I'm going to record it and send it to a list.
So real quick, we just reached the previous day opening price, so that's rotating probabilities down from a candle science perspective. We're approaching that 40 basis points, so I'm paying attention. Can we get below this 10 basis points right here? Can we start doing those 4-step continuations? It does not look like we are. We keep sucking back into the range, so just being patient right now.
You couldn't pay me to take that short. I want 945 to make it obvious. I want 945 to come up and say, "Hey, bud,
you're an idiot.
You better get on the train, or you're an idiot." Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you not short that?
See, look, Daredevil's in here. He can agree.
He doesn't agree.
We literally have a superhero watching us.
On YM, we got all long trues.
Holy cow.
Well, we're freaking going short true today.
New York one's not long true yet.
I better hang up the long idea then.
All right, see how we'll just keep popping back up, right? We just keep popping back up. We cannot stay below 930, so we're just being patient and waiting. That's all you got to do is be patient and wait for the obvious. Let it continue going lower until it doesn't want to anymore. But that's the one signature that I'm seeing is we keep sucking back into the range, right? So we're going to either explode up or we're going to finally explode down. Breach our 40 basis points right here. Breach our 50th percentile for the 4-step continuation right there, and then 945 will make it obvious. All right, see how we're exploding up. So remember, any longs taken should be 10 basis points. So from here to here, if you took longs, right, if you took it from the 25, you should have been able to cover your queen so far. There's been plenty of opportunities. Now we're paying attention. Do we stay above the 25? Do we stay above the low?
Gunship front runs firing. We got 30 seconds on that.
Front run confirmed to the upside.
Yeah, I'm going to take this.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this stop loss at low a day because the 930 is really big. And if this front run is worth its weight, I'm going to cash flow one already, right? Wow. Okay. I'm going to cash flow one right here at the front run cash flow. It's this dotted line on the right side of my screen.
All right, this is a new 5-minute. We're seeing, can we take out the 930 high, right, in this 5-minute? Yep, there we go. We are clear for takeoff.
I got 3 micros left. I'm going to take one more off at the gunship MFE as soon as we close right here. We got one at 3, 2, 1. Boom. I'm going to take one more off. 13 basis points off the 1-minute close. Right here. At least 2 more on. And that way I'll leave one on for us going false right here at 5:09.
Good trading today. Now it's the same rotation. Like we want to see the breakout close above, right? We got our pullback zone established, right? Like, and then we want to stay above. We're above. We got 2 of the 4-step reversals happening, right? So now, like, you know where your risk is. 930 was a little bit bigger, but you know, like you had plenty of opportunity to. There we go. I'm still stuck in 2, targeting. Well, actually, these 2 will just. I'll leave on as runners.
Dude, this is bread and butter setup, guys. I'm telling you, like every time, I'm telling you, like I can't repeat this enough. Every time 930 makes an instat low a day. Look at this. We just did every target. I don't know why my executions aren't showing up. TradingView keeps trying to make me look like a furu, bro.
Bro.
All right. So I got 1 micro one, guys. Like we're in a short false. We did this analysis back here. We had that out of stat high today. And if we look at where now that we are short false, I'm leaving one runner on for a 3-hour line or I'm getting stopped. So either right here, right now, how I managed to, and this is how I managed to run. Go ahead.
There's the 50th percentile for cash flow number 1 hit, right? So remember to the downside, we were targeting the 25, the 50th for the cash flow number 1 for upside movements, and we just hit that. So you all should be in runners right now with like 2 to 3 runners left. Right? You should have covered your queen. You should have collected cash flow number 1, so you have no reason not to squirm in your pants, right? Like you have no reason. Like you've got paid. You're in a risk-free trade. Breathe and just let it go.
Yep. So I know that was kind of quick. Usually I like to give you guys like, hey, we're waiting here, but the gunship was literally closing right there. Again, in stat low a day. This is a tool we use in the Pack Trade group that the Bootcamp even learns the light version of. And all this yellow box right here is, so this is like kind of showing off the gunship a little bit over here. Let me turn this purple. I made this purple yesterday. I was showing somebody explaining the target zone. All right, here we go. So what this yellow box is for anybody that is tuning in and they're like, what the heck is on this dude's chart? All this is a calculation. You see right here where it says front run bullish 75%. So essentially, this is a calculation that will only print on my chart if it has a 60% accuracy of predicting if we're going to be breaking above or breaking below. So we have 26 seconds, and this is on the 5-minute time frame perspective. So we got 20 seconds left, and you can see the 5-minute candle is in fact breaking above. So this front run did its job, which was, hey man, we're about to get, and you can even see here, I even got in like 1 to 2 points late because that candle was so quick. And right here, 3, 2, 1, boom. So now the front run was correct in predicting that this was going to be a bullish breakout. And so now this line right here, this 592.25, this represents the 20th percentile of the favorable price movement of the breakouts. So essentially, because I've got in all the way back here on a 1-minute candle in the 1-minute break, and I've covered my queen, I've paid myself 3 times in this trade, I'm now in a runner that has like a huge upside if I'm correct about a 3-hour line versus apex. And if I am correct about a 3-hour line, well then ask yourself, what type of price action? You don't have to be a statistical based trader. Just ask yourself. And this is what I tell people all the time. What separates what Mickey and I do from just being a spreadsheet provider or somebody that just gives you stats is we give you stats, but we tell you how to give context to them and make actions around them. So if I were to tell somebody that is a new beginner in statistics, hey, the 930 has a 75% hit rate of delivering here. Well, then everybody's going to just always be shooting for that 75%, but there's still around a 25 to 30% hit rate. And if I were to tell you that this area up here has a 20 to 30% hit rate, instinctually you would be like, oh, well, I'm never shooting for that. But this is where you get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If we're in a 3-hour line, okay, if we're able to see what live price is most likely doing, we're not right all the time. I could still be wrong. We could reverse right here and keep on selling off. But if I am right and I'm trading with the historical high probability, well, if we are in a 3-hour line, let me just draw it here. You don't have to be a math genius. This is what a 3-hour line looks like, right? We're just making clear trending upward movement. So if I were to ask you, well, then, hey, if I'm able to visualize the favorable price movement of what happens 75% of the time, what happens 50% of the time, and then what happens around 25% of the time, this is the condition, okay? This is the weather pattern, whatever you want to call it. This is the type of price that provides these lower occurring but realistic probabilities. And then here, look at this.
All right, let me share my, yeah. All right, so what we've discovered, right, we have the ability to take any statistic, do any time-based range, right, anything, they all come back the same way, right? And that way is what Austin's talking about right now. So right now we're going to look at the 930, right? And when this gets released, like you'll all be able to play with it and see the same edge, right? But all time-based ranges or whatever, right, give you this kind of structure, right? Now, some of them, if you look at the total dollar over the last whatever, you see 54,000 for this, 90, 180, then it starts dropping. So you like think of the bell-shaped curve in terms of dollar amount. But that's if I took a robot, a little computer algo, and said, hey, This has 25 basis points off of market open, has a 51% probability. And I want you to take every single attempt, right? Every single day, 51% of the days, you would hit that 25 basis points, right? Every single structure has the same format, right? And so that's why it's not that easy to just code up a robot and say, hey, take this trade every single time. You could, yes, but what you'll see is, right, when you use like something like the daily profile or 3-hour line in Apex or whatever, right? And we do this with high day, low day, right? We know 1800, 930 give you the high day, low day 1 to 2 times a week, right? But basically what you're saying is, and you saw us execute off of it today, right? If this 10 basis points off of the 930 has a 76% probability of hit, now I'm going to cover my queen because 4 of the 5 days of the week are going to hit that, right? So if I can learn how to cover my queen and make it a risk-free trade around above 76% probability, then I can take this trade every single day. And only one of the days do I need to consider my DLL and my max loss, right? Now, if you keep looking down, right, where the 50%, 25 basis points off the 930, right, that happens 50% of the day. So 2 to 3 times a week, it's going to hit there. How can we structure ourselves? And this is where the daily profile says, hey, go for the falses, target that 50 basis points. So when I briefed my plan and Austin briefed his plan, and Gunship Light's still taking forever to load. All right, let me put on real Gunship. I said, to the upside, we would target the 50th percentile, which is the 50% probability, right? To the downside, we'd collect cash flow on the 25th. That was me saying, right, looking at the data, because this helps people, right? That right here at the 15 basis points, I would take and collect cash flow number 1. But to the upside, I'll jump down to the 25 basis points because it's got a 50-50 split. Now for low day, high day, right? If we know that 1800 will do it 1 to 2 times a week, and 930 will do it maybe 2 to 3 times a week, right? Right? That's where our runners, which you see me and Austin targeting right now, we're going to move, let's say 60 basis points, 24 to 25% of the time. But that's like, because the live market is giving us that false signature, that low of the day in stat, and then 10 o'clock we'll do the 4-step reversals and everything's pointing to that high of the day. So like we're targeting this 1 to 3 times a week, right? And that will hit 1 to 3 times a week. And we will get stopped out of that runner 3 to 2 times a week. But we've already covered our queen, made it a risk-free trade. We've already collected cash flow, right? And we can afford the times 1 to 2 times a week that we actually get that trade because we've already did proper risk management. So hopefully this helps like show you guys that we're not linear in our thought process, right, with our targeting, right? But we do cover our risk because it allows us to grab those high day areas and all that very well. Sorry, I talked way too long about that. I overcomplex it when I explain it. I think people get confused.
Hey, the most important part is we don't just explain it, we trade it, right?
Yep. So you can guarantee if you watch us trade every day, 1 to 2 times a day, a week, our runners are getting stopped. 1 time a week, you're going to see us take a full stop, right? Because we have structured our trade plans off of these statistics dynamically with the market.
And we got somebody, I don't know if he's still in here, but Mr. Leopard, we need to get Leopard on here. Leopard's one of my buddies. He's an active duty Air Force, currently serving right now.
Nice.
And he's a really cool trader. He uses statistics too in a different way, but love to have Leopard come up here if you ever want to, man.
Well, it's Monday, so he's in the motor pool listening.
No, dude, wait, motor pool.
Hey, did you say Air Force?
I said Air Force, bro.
You're not Air Force.
Okay.
Air Force?
Okay, so he's sweeping, he's vacuuming, he's ordering his maids to vacuum his office. Gotcha.
He's on his breakfast break right now. That's why he can be here and trade 930. They do their 5 minutes of PT. No, I'm joking. What is it?
Dude, your wife is gonna beat you.
Of these guys. I knew.
Hey, you get 3 army guys together, and you know.
Listen,
Hey,
I'm
at least the cheer force don't sit around and eat crayons like the Marines do.
Oh gosh, here we go.
And we only say
one
these
up,
jokes
Drez.
because we're low-key jealous. Because I'm going to be honest, when I was at Fort Bragg, nothing made me more just envious, and the fuel inside of me that created all these Air Force jokes when I would be doing on my 3rd mile running past Pope Airfield Base. And then I just see the airmen walking into the gym, you know, listening with their headphones in, just chilling, talking. I'm like, yeah, you little freak. You son.
So you guys want to hear the most humbling story ever?
What's that?
We was in the chow line at the Bob Hope Galley, and these dudes roll up. They got their army uniforms on. Everything's untucked. They got beards. They look like shit. And we're like, who are these guys? And then like the staff sergeant like whispered to us, dude, that's SEAL Team 6 right there. It's like, oh fuck, we're in presence of badasses. And I felt like I was a peon, you know.
Real quick, let me share screen.
Yeah, got you.
All right, so right here, this is the successful 930s breaks up. So right here where the dark red is, says like if we get below that, we're either doing 2 things. We're coming back below 930, or we're making a new MAE. So my risk is going to get reduced to right here at 405, right? Which will put that trade in profit, because if we breach this is my invalidation of this 930 staying alive, right? So now I'll have my stop at 405, right? And then I'll collect 265 on this trade if we breach that, because like if we breach that, that's the live market saying, hey, we're going to make a new MAE for successfuls, or right, we're going to the other side of 930, right? So statistically, this is the invalidation of this trade. So hopefully that makes sense. And then we still haven't hit the false line of the trades that went 50% to here and then turned around and took out the 930 low. So either way, we winning. Well, we're winning anyway. It's cash flow. All right, we're at the P12 low right now. We're definitely paying attention to this P12 low, right? Can we get above it, find footing on it, stay above it, and keep targeting Globex open, midnight, and P12 mid for the 10 o'clock?
Dude, this is the bread and butter setup, bro. I'm just letting it cook. Either we're wrong, and this is a failure to retrace the P12 mid, because that's one thing I'm really keying off of is if we're in a 3-hour line, well, then we should take the 9 o'clock high and the P12 mid right there. So I don't care. And this is another thing we love to talk about is piece on the charts, and that doesn't come with just trading. That comes with holding too. One of the common things we hear you guys complain about, or say, not complain, but just say this is an obstacle that I'm facing. Chitaki, if you're in here, Chitaki just made this as an intentional goal this week that they wanted to do, and that's I want to hold longer. Traders constantly cut their trades when they see green, but what do when they see red? They let that thing go all the way to the stop loss.
Yeah, it's easy. It's very easy to hold longer in a back test, but
Yeah.
holding longer. This is the thing that makes back testing so toxic, right? Because you can just click next, right? But you don't realize how much time is going through that you're gonna have to sit there in the position, right? So like this is why we always say like the only thing that can get you to mastery, right, level of performance is you doing it in a live account, in a live market. Like we can't teach you that. Like this is a very, very common misjudgment. This is why a lot of people like the 930, because it's the most volatile time every day of the week. So they can get instant grabs, right? Instant volatility. But like that's okay if that's your trade plan, right? But if you want to like really expand as a trader, you got to learn how to hold in the position through all the wiggles, right? And there's going to be a lot of wiggles. But yeah, I'm glad he made that.
Fat tail distributions, guys. Y'all want to learn something new? fat tail distributions. That's what makes the market. That's what y'all want to know. What moves the market? Fat tail distributions. That's what moves the market. That's what makes you the most money. And that's also why people always run back tests, and they're like, this was profitable. Like if I did the same TP, same stop loss, same everything, this was profitable in this span, but then it goes to crap. It's because the market's dynamic. Okay, the fat tail distribution, the other side of the bell curve, it's not linear in the sense that it's just a nice perfect bell curve. It's something that when the extremes happen, when the low probabilities happen, they happen, and they're an extreme event. That's why it's called a fat tail distribution. It's not just something that the low occurring event of the bell curve happens, it's just low occurring. No, it is the thing that can make or break you. And so, like, again, this, if you look at the 75th percentile here and cock your head sideways, all we're doing here is we're trading the bell curve that is realistic within this 930 movement. But then the thing that this bell curve doesn't show is, and this is how the market moves, is this bell curve isn't linear to where perfectly 25% of your data is going to be right here and it's just going to stop. No, fat tail distribution, 25% of your data lies here, but when they do come here, they freaking skyrocket. So that's why you see me always, and this is something I've only now been doing for a little over a year. I used to be the trader that was so happy with just 10, 20 points. But over time, I would consistently, through doing the same thing, see so much money left on the table. But again, I started by doing one thing and being happy with one thing. And then that turned into, oh, I can sit here and scale out of these positions and then use the midnight open or the P12 or MFE distribution, whatever the statistic may be. I can use these and actually leverage them not for my full TP, but for my runner. If I know that this 25 percentile is either going to involve ranges, semi-true breakouts that then turn in range, or involve the times that we trend, this golden pocket right here is where I can cover the majority of my risk. Everything else a part of this trade is taking advantage of that fat tail distribution of what the market doesn't do a lot, but when it does, it does. And we're doing it right here, Mickey. I feel it in my plumes, dude. Not new high day.
Absolutely.
What's Chris saying here? What's this Marine in the chat saying?
Hey, listen. The one thing that he forgot is the people in the army in Iraq and Afghanistan were also wearing bright yellow PT belts. These are retarded. So you're absolutely right. To go to Chow.
Dude, we always did good. Okay, so I never got to deploy in Iraq or Afghanistan. I went to Georgia. Even in Georgia.
Wait, the state of Georgia? I agree. That place is a complex.
No. Not that. The country, Republic of Georgia. So even in Georgia, we were with Marines. Man, the Marines got to do all kinds of cool guy stuff, and they got to walk around. We had to walk around in the same thing. We had to wear stupid PT belts, walking to go take a shower in you remember those Porta-John showers?
Oh, yeah.
Freaking go take a shower in a Porta-John shower. I'm like, yep, because this is really doing something. I'm walking across the road to freaking Porta-John shower. I feel you just felt so embarrassed. I'm just like sitting over here like a nerd, and you got these Marines like looking at you like, look at this idiot.
So we're hitting P12 mid right now, right? Like I'm up 9.45 with 2 micros. Another example of how you don't need to over leverage, right? Right. And I'm going to take 1 off here because it doesn't make sense. I can always add 2 during the 10 o'clock Q1, but I'm taking 1 off here, right? So I'm selling 1, right? And I got 1 stop and 1 runner for a new high day, and I'll use New York 2 and the rest of the hours of the day to find another place to add 2 if I want to.
Let's go, bro.
What
a great day.
It doesn't make sense to let it go 250 handles or 88 basis points and not take something else off.
Yeah, ideally, like looking back on this trade, I probably could have afforded maybe one more contract, but it was a front run, so I was definitely expecting to get stopped. But hey, it didn't. And I got 4 micros. I wanted to get 5 micros, but I just really didn't want to risk that much money for a front run. I really wanted to wait for a 1-minute break. But guys, I'm riding this runner. This is where we call failing to level of our systems. Like, going to the 1-minute chart, this is what gives me, from the statistics, this is what gives me peace on the charts to let this runner run and to really effectively close out this trade when my system tells me to. So if I know now that we're expanding off of 930, I know that we're long from an in-stat low-a-day time, price, conditional statistics with the daily profiler. We're now above the monthly and weekly open. So everything is now telling me that the daily low could be in if I'm correct about the rest of this move. So now how do I structure to get out of this runner without what Mickey was saying, letting it run back 200 points against me? So I know that in a 3-hour line perspective, we're going to do this, okay? And if we do that, I'm looking for areas on the chart and areas of structure that align with statistics, okay? And what I mean by that is in a 3-hour line or apex, and apex is this, what's the one commonality? What's the one commonality that no matter what you do, whether we revert back to 930 or trend, and that's we take the 9 o'clock high. So the reason why I was saying I really wanted to get one more position in this trade, I couldn't, but I was trying to, was that I love to take profits. So for those of you that are just free watching, little tidbit, little gem is when I'm long or short, whatever, I love to take positions off this continuation or reversal, which is the 9 o'clock high getting taken. And you can kind of see that. Here's 10 o'clock. Did we do that? We did it. Did we? Yeah, we did it. On MNQ at least. In Q, we still have not taken the 9 o'clock high, but in MNQ, you see how we just did that right there?
So that's 3 of the 4-step reversals happening. Exactly.
And so what I want to do is I want to get this runner either off when live price is disagreeing. So this is going to be my final if-then statement to manage this trade. Here's the midpoint of 9 o'clock. If we show signs of either a bearish hourly candle for this 10 o'clock candle, which is when the 05 box is formed, we get below the 10 basis points of whatever that box is. So it's just the 5-minute opening range of the hour. Wherever that is, plus we get below the previous hour mid and close, I will close this runner. The other side of the coin, if we don't get that sequence, but instead we continue, I will take my TP at the high of Q1 or the high of day, literally whatever we do. If we keep on pushing up, I'll place my target at the high of day. If we pull back, because we did make an expansive move, and every expansive move most of the time gets pulled back on, then I will place my target, my runner, at the Q1 high, 5-10 basis points above it. We'll see when the Q1 gets formed.
Andrew asks, do you guys only stream Monday for the fact? No, we trade, number one, we do YouTube live, so every single day of the week. So now we do live trading on Mondays from London to end of day. And then every other day of the week, we just trade within the Discord from Asia to end of day. But then from a YouTube presence, like Tuesday through Friday, we do our war games at 8:30, right? Which is our pre-market analysis, which you saw us do today, where we brief the trade plan, we brief the statistics. And then coming soon, we'll be doing our re-engineerings, the breakdowns of the day at 1500 on YouTube as well. Right now, we currently do that at inside of the Discord. So, but yeah, like we trade live inside of the Pack Discord every single day, from Asia to London, the pre-market, the New York AM, and hopefully Pocket will get New York PM going, and then we end it with the re-engineering session.
Yeah, and I just put a little graphic here, Andrew. I recognize Andrew from the DMs. I talked to him a few times on Twitter. This is just some of the benefits too, right? So like if you want to see like a full list, this is what joining the pack, going through the boot camp, this is what you get. So when you graduate the boot camp, again, QR code top left corner here if you want to join, learn more about what we do here. Continuation access to the tools. So when you join the pack, you get to maintain access to Daily Profiler, Candle Science, indicators, whatever, short journal software, all the stuff and the tools that we do. It's looped into the cost. Live trade sessions. We trade live every single day. Mondays are just like the PackTVs, kind of show you what a typical day to day looks like in the community. And then one major piece, number 3 here, that honestly I'm the most passionate about, is it's a mastermind. So when I started out in real estate, the thing that put me to where I am today, just in that, was the connections that I made and the knowledge that I got to be fed from people sharing their experiences, where everybody has one singular goal, and that's, in this case, day trading using statistics. So we're not just day traders where we're all just clicking the button differently and being confusing. And we're not just using statistics in a vague way. We are day traders using statistics in this specific process. And then how you take that process, you can manipulate it in all these different ways. And that's why we have the live trade sessions with different sessions. You got Bowie, lead London trader. He uses volume with the tools that we do. We got Magic Hour with Drez, Karl, and LD Honest. Drez is an ICT-based trader, uses swing high, swing lows. Karl uses Bookmap in combination with the Magic Hour 3-hour line versus Apex. LD Honest kind of uses the same thing that Drez does. And then you see us trade live for RTH Open. You got Mickey and myself. We still trade a tad bit different in how we get in and out of positions, but still use the same tools, same stats. And then here soon, we got Mr. Spider-Man down here that is the lead trader for the ambiguous hour.
The cool thing about that is we're interviewing somebody currently who's another ICT-based trader, but been to the boot camp, understands the statistics, that join with you, Spider-Man. God, why am I calling him Spider-Man?
You know, I've been getting better at taking trades earlier in the day. So I don't know. Ambiguous hour is gay.
We literally give you an entire session and you say, never mind.
But I have been putting together some stuff for YM. I've got a couple people that I've been sharing things with, and they're testing some stuff out that I've been doing. So maybe we got something going on.
Heck yeah, bro. We got Andrew says, I am in the boot. Okay, so you joined the boot camp, taking notes on all first 4 weeks. And there you go. So when you get to week 5, if you then want to see how we put this all together, live trading it Monday through Friday, that's when you can join. So you're already in the pipeline, bro.
So with the boot camp, make sure that you partake in the war games and the re-engineerings and schedule the boot camp focus, because like I'm not the dude that's gonna entertain Discord chatter. Right? A lot of the community in the squad leaders will, but like I'm not that dude. Like I barely can text with my thumbs. So like make sure you schedule a boot camp focus session with any questions that you have, and at 12 o'clock I'll jump on with you and walk you through whatever you need.
Yeah.
All right, big dog. I am gonna jump. You guys got my trade plan. Right, I'm hoping we come on down a little bit further. We come to this 10 basis points, stay above the previous hour 50. Right. Just do a retracement of false 05 block for the 10 o'clock, and then once 10 to 10:15 takes out this high right here, right, I'll add to the position with a pullback, right, trade, which some of the old timers know as the captain backtest entry. Captain backtest is definitely active today to the upside. But yeah, good stuff. So I'll take a captain backtest entry once Q2 takes out Q1's high.
Dude, this was a great day back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That was the market gods being like, Mickey, welcome back.
Yep.
I'm going to give you an easy one here.
Yeah, they gave me a softball for sure. All right.
See you, bro.
All right, see you at Engineering. Bye.
What questions you guys got? Is there anybody in the chat that needs anything? Ladies and gentlemen, this was the bread and butter, okay? If you guys want to learn this specific trade setup, this is why I am so passionate about what we freaking do, okay? Is everything we do here is repeatable. That's the key word. It's not that we're the best. It's not that we trade the best. We're great at picking tops and bottoms or anything like that. It's like not that we know how the market moves. It's that we are able to do the same thing within a consistent manner, and not because we're consistent because of skill, but because we have the numbers. Okay, Andrew is in here. I see Andrew's wearing a suit and tie. You know what reminds me of people that wear suit and ties? People in real estate. You know, the one thing in real estate that makes us profitable, it's not that I have this market knowledge of what the real estate market does or insider knowledge of where the real estate market's going to go. It's that I have a system to analyze that when this property within this purchase price, within this area is statistically at this level, I can cash flow X amount of dollars. The process of me building and putting together what a good plan looks like or a good investment looks like is what allows me to execute consistently in the real estate market. But then guess what happens in the real market? The same thing, the same exact thing. And if you guys don't believe me, 4 months ago, I want to share this with you guys. 4 months ago.
4 months ago, Austin was 19 years old.
4 months ago, I graduated high school and Spider-Man walked me down the aisle. I just mixed like wedding and high school. In the
I
same
pull my
one.
pocket out and you hold it. I had back to the Army stories. I had a sergeant that would do that. He'd pull his pocket out and make me hold it.
No, he
did your
not.
Frontier bill just go up?
Dude, that is
it's
funny.
time to unbig your bill. Switch to Optimum.
He said, hold your pocket. Come on. Let me teach you the ways of the market here, or the ways of the Army. But guys, look at this. We recorded this 4 months ago. 4 months ago. This was the bread and butter setup. Look at the trade we're currently in. Okay? Easy, high probability day trading setup for indices. Most of the time when you see this bullcrap clickbait, it is bullcrap clickbait. It's like, hey, here's a high win rate, high strike rate, blah, 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 blah. No, this is a high probability. And why can I say it's high probability? Because you can see it within the numbers. You can validate it yourself. You don't have to trust me. You can go and run the exact numbers of the high day, low day, and when we make it, and then also compare that to when 930 makes the high day, low day, how explosive it is when it makes a low a day specifically. Why? Because it's an index. It's an indice. It's a part of of where people throw their money for 10, 20, 30 years plus because it grows consistently. So in this video, look at this. Same trades as 4 months ago. I think I literally share my trades in this. Yeah, look at this. I went long. I don't know if you can see on the video. Let me make it bigger here. Look at this. I went long, cover, cash flowed 3 times. Led to this trade today. What? Talking about
Out
the
of
stat
norm,
low a day,
high
with all
and low.
statistics above.
4 major
And actually,
I'm an idiot.
oh my
I
God,
just trust what objective numbers do, because numbers is what's going to demystify and tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong, that this level is actually high probability. So when I'm
somewhere in there, what's the current high day today? 2,300. God, this is almost the same price action, same everything. And people say the markets change, PTFA. They say the markets change every day. It's always different.
Yeah, so Andrew Wilson just asked a question that you can explain why we use percents and stuff and not when we measure past data from 15 years ago. Everything's the same except like the pips were different back then. So that's why we measure things by percentage.
Where you see that at?
In the chat.
I must be missing here.
He said, do you ever separately test your stats for the past 5 years instead of a larger time frame?
Dude,
like on YM, I use 15 years.
Oh, there it is.
Like I don't look back on just a few years because it's the same. The distance is, the measurable percentages are the same. It's just the dollar values and stuff are different now.
Yeah, the dollar value. Well, it's just how much does price move, right? Like, so the thing that I think a lot of people get wrong or just get misconstrued or confused when they say the markets are changing. Well, first we got to define what is change. What is the market? Because somebody could be saying the market changes in terms of volatility, while somebody else could be saying the market changes by just how it moves. And then the person's definition of how it moves could be different amongst 10,000 different people. So the reason why I beat this drum and I shout this from the rooftops that the markets are not different is how this daily candle is structured, the way these daily candles get built. Because at the end of the day, we're day traders that trade the fluctuation of some sort of the daily candle. So because we're able to see this with the data themselves, we're able to understand this. I would have to disagree at that common thing and the common myth of like, oh, it's because somebody's in president or we're at war or the season that we're in of the freaking environment, summer, fall, winter, all these things. What you'll come to find and realize is a lot of people just make up stuff. Like they just say things for the sake of saying things. They don't actually have any merit to it. And so statistics kind of cut through all the nonsense and the myths. And so to go back to your question, do you ever separately test your stats for the past 5 years? So the only thing I care about in terms of historical statistics is just the correlation of what I'm trying to use. I was just talking to a community member about this yesterday. They did like this 2 to 3 year back test of like the performance of a specific entry process. And I was telling them, well, that doesn't really do you any benefit, because ask yourself, why are you doing what you're doing, right? And what you come to find is the reason you're doing what you're doing to find these 5 year, 10 year, 20 year, whatever studies is you just want to be proven that is something good or bad. That's it. You just want to be proven that something good or bad. Well, you can't prove something is good or bad by just clicking a button, running a 10-year back test, and then it's just magically going to be green. Nothing works that way. If somebody here has an algorithmic strategy where you just put a few inputs in and you click the button and it's just always magically profitable, like I will pay you a lot of money for it. But Austin is Back to the Future. Oh, are we having stream issues? But it just doesn't work like that. It's dynamic in the sense that the market does the same repeating things, but within a variance. Okay, so the best way to explain that is the daily profiler. It shows us these things. So if we go and look here, and I'll add this to my chart while we just keep on pumping to the upside here so I can afford this porch I'm adding to the house. Boom. If we look in the daily profiler, we see this. This is what we call variance, okay? If I click reset filter, this is the past 4,677 days. What is that, like 8, 9, 10 years? It's a lot of days. You notice that we don't just form the high a day, low a day at those 4 times perfectly, right? You see that there is still some variance plus or minus around these times. Like you don't just see data only stacking at 18 to 1900. You don't see the data only stacking at 3 to 4 a.m., only 9:30 to 10:30. You still see some days bleeding to the left and the right of these time periods. That's called variance. When you have a varying degree across the standard that you got within your data set. So when I'm doing these historical lookbacks,
I just want to see the correlation of said variance. That's it. I want to see if, let's just take the midnight open. Okay, go back to my chart here. This is a free indicator that I released like over 2 years ago. I still use it to this day. You see it right here on my chart, midnight snap. And if I turn the table on, this shows you the running probability, the running, not the probability, the running strike rate of an open price getting hit. And you can do this with anything. Again, it's default to midnight open because that's what's called the midnight snap. But you can do the opening price of anything. And what you'll find is a historical 10-year plus look back stays plus or minus 65 to 68% accurate. Now, that doesn't mean it's always going to be 65 to 68%. You can see right here on my chart in the past 16 days, we've done only 60%. If I go to the 60-minute chart to pull back a ton more days, you can see in the past 927 sessions, we've done 65.9. So you can see we operate fluctuating around that probability. If I do a 5-minute time frame in the past 76 days, we've actually dropped below 60%. So it's a range. And so I just want to see, is this historical range, is this correlation, is this repeating thing consistent over a historical time period? Or is it just super wacky where in the current market, we've retraced midnight open 70% of the time, but then if I choose 2022, it just did it 30% of the time. And if I did it 2010, it did it 15% of the time. If there's like these giant sporadic differences, then that tells me maybe there's just something unique to this market. And so the statistics that I use when I'm doing those historical lookbacks, that's all I care about. Everything else, if for those of you that are really into the world of statistics, everything else is a walk forward. Easily put, like MFE values, the opening price. Like, look at this. We're about to hit the 2 a.m. opening price right here. I didn't do a 10-year back test study or a 10-year study to see that the 2 a.m. opening price gets hit 73% of the time. That's what's showing right now on my chart. This is a walk forward. I am in the live market experiencing the rolling look back of the past 75 days of 2 a.m., 9:30, high a day, low a day. And all I really care about now is the current market. I've done my research. I've been proven. I see the repeating statistics of what I do. Now I just have to maintain those statistics. And that's where you guys hear me all the time. I talk about midnight open. Like, are we due to hit midnight open because we failed 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row? Were we due to go false more than we go true because we've went true 2 days in a row and now this is the second day we've went false in a row? So I know statistically we go false around 4 to 7 times in a row versus not. So that's just another, you get what I'm saying? Like, these are all just little nuances that you pick up on through experience, to where I didn't do historical studies on this stuff. I just did historical research for the correlation of, is my thesis accurate? Then the current market condition and the current market look back of the most recent 75 to 100 days, that's what's guiding my decisions and adapting to the market. That's why you guys see me always being able to adapt to, no matter if we're super volatile, low volatility, medium, Trump tweets, NFP weeks, doesn't matter, because I am always adapting and staying dynamic to the current market with whatever my historical research shows. Get what I'm saying? See you later, Dojo Cat. We got KPN. KPN says, hey guys, real quick, it is 10:23. We just missed my runner target. I got here yabbering away, and Spider-Man didn't even save me. Y'all can blame him. Here's the quarters. Okay, so you see how I drew this 10 basis points? This was the projection off of the 05 box to tell me, are we in the wick or the body of a bullish or bearish hourly candle? So the fact that we failed to take the previous hour mid, we I don't even think we did anything really. Yeah, we hardly did anything to the downside. This is a strong bullish hourly candle profile that we're in. So I'm in this runner right here. I ain't going to lose this position because I see green. I want this to do damage. So we know that this is an out of stat high of day. And now this sequence that we just did where the Q2 took the Q1 high, this tells me that statistically we are due for a high in this hour minimum by Q3. So what I want to do in my runner to maximize my runner, and this is what I like to call making money being wrong. I could still be wrong about a 3-hour line. We could still make a high right now and reverse and make what we call an apex. And we call it an apex because it's literally an A, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm putting myself in a position of power. I'm either saying that if we push back down, get below this low right here, the Q1 low, I'm out of this runner. But the other side of the coin, if we do the higher probability scenario, which live price is telling us it's most likely going to happen, is in Q3, whatever the high is made of Q2, I'm going to place my runner TP, and you guys will see this live. I'm going to place my runner TP wherever that Q2 high is. So right now, I'm just letting it do the damage. I'm letting it do whatever it wants to do. If we make the high right here and start pushing down, cool. Whatever this Q2 high is, I'm going to base my Q2 high off that, because if I'm wrong, I still get out of a really good trade and we apex. If I'm right, we keep on pushing, and now I've made a lot of money on a micro. So that's how I manage my runners. That's how my thought process is through all this stuff. We got KP in here saying started week 2 today. Looking forward to the new material. Week 1 was really eye-opening, and that's awesome, dude.
Failed breakup confirmed, sir.
What's up?
This is now back under the overnight high. The last at 53.8.
Spider-Man has turned into AI. Yeah, week 1 of the boot camp is really, really cool for a lot of people that have a bit of experience in trading already. So KPN, maybe you have some experience in trading already, but the real thing that a lot of people in week 1, module 1, dude, we could do a boot camp on just each of these modules themselves, but module 1 really shows you in the most simple way possible how to combine statistics with live price. It lets you see, how can I read any hourly candle, 4-hour candle? How can I just read candles and apply statistics to what I'm reading versus just looking at price action? Module 2, let's see. And Spider-Man, PTF.
Which module talks about the 4 different day types? I think that was the most important for me.
I think that's mod 3. Let me see.
2 years experience losing. 2 years ain't nothing. I've been a loser for most of my life, okay?
Let's see. Module 2. I think it is module 3. No, is it module 4?
Well, here's my thing. If you don't know where 930 is and what price is doing, how are you even trading? How are you gauging what's happening in the day?
I completely agree. Oh, can you still hear me?
I can hear you, but your face froze.
Oh no, dude. Restream is doing what it did last time. Oh,
Week 2. Okay, yeah. Week 2 is daily classification.
All right, guys. If for any reason this stream stops, you know why. Because for some reason, I can't see anything.
I can still hear you. Yeah. Oh! Now we just got a close up of your face.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on now. My screen is completely black.
Okay, can you stay in restream so the stream doesn't die? I'm gonna have to leave and rejoin maybe.
Okay. Bill. Oh my gosh, what is that? I am short on YM. Playing a pullback. Not a hold, but a pullback. Of course, it's not going to let me share my screen.
Order filled.
Order filled. Where's Pocket at? Pocket. Share my screen. Jeez. It's like they don't trust me. They don't give me any privileges here. All right, there's one off on that one. There he is.
Dude. I don't know how people live stream every single day. I don't know how people do this.
Well, I tried sharing my screen, but then no one's here to. You guys don't trust me or whatever. I don't have privileges.
No, we don't. It doesn't give us. It doesn't give us the ability to. And look, now I'm Mickey.
I saw that. Is Restream the only thing there is for YouTube?
No, there's a bunch. It's just, it's what I've been paying for. I'm about to make a switch because this is insane, man. Can you guys see my screen now? Are we back? Can you guys let me know in the chat? Are we rocking and rolling?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, because we're coming up on my exit literally right here, right now. So
I'm short on YM.
There we go. So
that's just to buy the dip is not a short to hold all day. Long trues. I was anticipating a dip.
That tells me everything. I think we're going to pump then. Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah. Rumo.
Rumo says, I'm short. Rumo, sorry, bro. Today, I had to take your liquidity. No, I'm joking. All right, there was the trade, guys. Well, we just we lost connection, came back just in time to show you guys the full. This is what a full trade looks like when everything is correct. And again, this doesn't happen a bunch. I still lose. Everything still happens just like every other normal trader. But the difference between what we do and what most people do is we show every side of it. Okay, we show you guys the wins, the losses, the times we can't see anything. But then when everything's going correct, this is what it looks like. Home run trade right here. Oh, here's your screen, by the way. What are we looking at here?
Median high of week, median high of day. Tick the night, man.
Dude, we're about to get, bro, we are PackTV firing up. Karl took a freaking short this morning. We longed the low a day, and now PTFX is coming in on his the pawpaw contract, MYM. About to slap some shorts.
No.
There we go. Order filled. Now you in a runner?
Yeah, but like I said, this is a pullback trade, not a hold all day. So, like, I got cash flow. I'm up almost $200 on 5 accounts, so I'm just gonna start trailing this. 930, 50%. This could just go back up right here,
Yep. Well, I think this is a perfect transition. Spider-Man, you want to do some ambiguous hour, or you just talk over this trade a little bit?
Sure.
Sweet. Well, I am going to see if I can get a hold of Justun, ladies and gentlemen, see where he's at, see if he's doing boot camp focus today. So for those of you watching, now going to hand this over to PTFX where he kind of runs the late AM session. Then we're going to go into boot camp focus if Justin's available, where he kind of answers any questions that you guys have specifically with the boot camp. And then he talks over live price with the gunship and the boot camp teachings, whatever. And then we do re-engineering. So re-engineering is at 3 p.m. EST 1500, where Mickey and I come back and we just recap the day of everything that you guys just seen. So hope you guys got value from today's stream. Hope you got to see what just another day of following the same repeatable workflow process looks like. Stay grinding on your goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
3-hour line, watch it hold, watch it break. 3-hour apex, snapback mean reversion in your face. Pack trays on the mic, PTFX on the side. Yeah. We align the stats with the live, let it ride. We are live on PackTV. Futures moving, come and see. From the open to the close, read the flow with me. Pack trays, PTFX, PackTV. Hey.
Okay, so on YM, just using my data, median low a day, median high a day for the RTH session, based on 15 years of data. This is just on average where price goes and where it reverses. And as you can see, shit holds true today. And I do the same for the high a week and the low a week median. And then the weekly open, I've been really studying that. And I just see the same stuff happen over and over and over again. So that's simple. Now this was a long true day. So, like I said, I'm playing the pullback. Like I have every intention of this going back up. I mean, look, 50% of 930 is not holding. That's the next point here. Already, 5 contracts covered down. And if anybody knows about long true days, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Is anybody else trading Quant Tower? I've totally got away from trading view because it's stupid. So if anybody needs anything coded for Quant Tower, let me know. Yeah, this was normally, but it was kind of boring because on YM, from like 10:30 to 11:30, nothing ever happens. So that's why we need an NQ trader. So yeah, I got the daily profiler for Quant Tower going. Pretty cool. Another thing that YM likes to do a lot is just a pullback. So that would give you almost 0.10% under 930. Well, Cody was here. Now he's doing some other stuff. Yeah, 50% of 930 still holding. New York 1, long false. Let's see, 10 o'clock high day. Yeah, honestly, if you want to practice the 930 trade, do it on YM or MYM. It develops slower and you can see it happening. NQ, guys. What do they say on those ED commercials? If your heart's not healthy enough, my heart's not healthy enough for NQ anymore. Nice and slow. Oh yeah, I spent, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years trading in Q. It was never too consistent. You can make $10,000 2 days in a row. That happened last year, and then it's just lose it all the next day. This year, I've had the same funded accounts all year, consistently pulling money out of them. With MYM, you know, three to 5 contracts. Even if you have a losing day, it's like $250. I can deal with that. Bill, you keep my heart healthy. You keep it coming, buddy. Well, I used to think YM was stupid, but hey, I studied it. It's predictable. It likes stats. Then I've been compiling some stats on when YM makes the high of week, or not the high, but hits the median high of week. So today it's NFP week, and we already hit the median high of week. So I have some cool stats on that I'll share someday. But that just suggests that if we make the median high of week early, that's going to be a red week. And we got NFP happening. So huge spike up Sunday, Monday. What does that mean? Just so that we can go down? I don't know. Well, KPN 2323. One of the reasons I also switched to YM, because I was one of those people that I would get on a trade in NQ, and then I would get on Twitter or get on Discord, see what everyone else was doing, and it really wasn't me trading anymore. So no one else trades YM, so this is me. I can't be influenced by anybody else. I haven't been on social media. I don't know. It's been 3, 4, 5 months now. It's great. I don't give a shit about anybody else. I barely listen to Austin and Mickey. Just joking about that part. All right, I want to see a 5-minute close on his 50% here. And really, New York 1 over under 930. Yeah, and then there's people on Twitter, like I learned how to make it look like I was winning better than I was too. So I know exactly what those people are doing. Especially if you see someone who doesn't put their execution marks on. Because I could have sat here and tried to short, and then finally got it. And then your DCA moves your entry up. You know, I learned that trick. Dude, Quant Tower is so much better than TradingView. I love it. Copy Trader is awesome too. And it's such a light program. Now I have a job. I'm actually getting another licensed. What about the people that post live trade recordings and then claim to live trade, but only recordings? Weenies. But KP, and I work from home, so I don't ever have to put pants on. Every now and then I have to put a polo on when I have to do a Zoom call with a client. That's about it. So here in about 8 minutes, I have a Monday morning huddle that I gotta go to. That's 50% still holding. Something's happening. It's probably gonna come back up. Well, that's why I said I'm playing the pullback. I'm not playing a long short, you know. These long true days, you know, New York 1 went long false. Especially on NQ, if you have all long trues, don't try to short it. That's cool. What do you do?
Order filled.
Oh, crap, I still had another trade on. What do I do with here? I don't know.
Order filled.
Close that one. Construction schedule. Whoa. I show people how to invest their money for retirement. The tax advantaged way, because the IRS is gay. And you do not want to be in a partnership with them. No, I got this awesome 401k. It's tax deferred. Yeah, but when you retire, you're going to get ate the fuck up. Sorry, excuse my language. Oh, hey, what? And that there's better things than Roths. Just because people before you told you a Roth is great. What if you need your money and you're not 59 and a half? Huh? What if you die? What does a Roth give you? What if you get sick during life? Does a Roth help you out at all? Just your contributions. Or else you get a 10% penalty. Nerd. Hey, nerd, how much can you contribute a year into your Roth? $7,500? You know there's other vehicles out there that are unlimited and you have access to that money. Huh? Don't get me fired up on a Monday. I ain't ready for this. No, whole life is for the death benefit. There's other things better than whole life. Dog 31, hit me up. Yes, traditional. Anytime you defer taxes. If anyone says taxes and inflation will be lower in the future, you need to go walk off a bridge. Let me save up all this money and then pay taxes on the whole amount. That's stupid. You guys should look up why a 401k was even made in the first place. It was made as a supplemental product, not as a retirement vehicle. But anyways, I digress. What's happening here? We did close under 50%. It's going so slow. Final expense. There's even better things than that. Bill, I am August 11th. I have my health insurance test, so I can be licensed to do Medicaid and stuff. Medicare. AC Trades, I'm licensed in Ohio. Oh, pushing back up now. Bill, did you ever watch that show, 6 Feet Under? Is that what it was called? The younger you are, if you can save $100 a month, I can show you how you can be a millionaire by that time you're 65. The longer the runway you have, the better your life's going to be. And there are ways to be protected under IRS codes so you don't have to pay tax on your money, and it can pass to your loved ones without going into probate or dealing with estate stuff. Don't be like my neighbor. He's 79 years old, can barely walk. All he lives on is $1,800 of Social Security a month. I mow his yard for him. I fix his car. He always tells me he's going to pay me handsomely for my work. It's like, dude, I don't want your money because you don't have any, but I don't want anybody else to have to live like that. Especially us, younger people. Social Security, don't even count on it. But anyways. One more minute, then I gotta go. I am up $1,000. What time is it? Almost 11. If we can get down to if we can close under New York over under, I'll move my stop down 50% or 75% of 930 and just keep triangling it. But I mean, this could just go boom back up. 1500 to 1600 is still a good high a day for these variables. All right, 10 more seconds. I gotta go. No pocket. Austin, what do you want to do with the stream?
Up from the ashes, rise, I'm a beast. Make sure the target is steady. Watch as I'm clawing and snapping my teeth. Think you can handle me, baby? Ooh, the meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. Reversions. 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 Heard the alarms go off in your head, just trying to keep me in bed. I'm so electric, you're turning me red. Oh, I think I'm ready to snap now. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen.
Gonna burn out. Gonna burn out. Check. Spitting with a vengeance, no repentance, and it's for my descendants. Don't be out here in these trenches, 'cause these trenches turn to ditches, and these ditches turn to prisons, and you lose your independence. But I can't lie, it's stupendous. Running wild and sipping Guinness in the cup with all the misfits. I just made a few of them some millionaires. I had to burn a few of them, they didn't care. I had to earn a few of them some clientele. But still we broke the bank, so don't you dare. Tryna knock me on my path against foul, no rap. Knew this life was hard, so I'm taking no steps. While I'm light years ahead of you, and I fear no death. But I'm far from invincible, if not hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that. Keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on.
PackTV to gunship. Do you copy? Copy that. Targets are profitable.
Target acquired, trade executed, charts go boom when the level's respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the accounts stay poppin'. We don't chase, we deploy with precision. Sniping entry, statistical vision from London range to the NY open. If it's not A+, we ain't even hoping. Wrist tight, stops locked, discipline heavy. Finger on the trigger, but the bias is ready. No emotions in the cockpit seat, just data edge, repeat, repeat. All units stand by. It's about to go live if the setup align. Yeah, you know it's our time. Target acquired, trade executed, charts go boom when the level's respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mission green, yeah, the accounts stay poppin'. Pre-market briefing, we map it out clean. Profiler levels know what I mean. Quick stat plays or the Friday deep dive. Either way, the edge is certified. No spray and pray, this ain't luck or hope. We calculate risk like a sniper scope. Pull back hits, yeah, we loading again. Gunship squad stacking wins on wins. Boom! That candle just launched. Shorts got cooked, yeah, they getting stomped, sir. We just hit another TP. Copy that. Secure the equity. Target acquired, trade executed, charts go boom when the level's respected. Lock it in, yeah, we don't miss often. Mick mission green, yeah, the accounts stay poppin'. Planted, executed. Profit. Repeat, PackTV. We don't trade, we compete.
They say the world's a scary place. They say that I should stay in line. But who are they? What do they know? I don't believe a word they say. I don't know. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't never done it yourself. If you ain't never done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't never done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't never done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't never done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing, you don't know what it's like.
welcome. This is PackTV.
This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
We are live, baby. What's up, Mickey?
What is happening? What a great fun day.
Very fun day.
Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, actual executions from trades called live. Crazy how that works. No smoke and mirrors.
This trade wasn't worth it for me today. Oh my Lord, baby. I love what we do.
Absolutely. All right. So what we do on re-engineering, for you guys who might be new here, is we are going to, as a matter of fact, let me hit up the Discord and let them know we're going live. Because I've been running nonstop today. Re-engineering on YouTube time meow.
I just realized we have 3 bins. I don't know if, Ben, you're listening right now. They just changed their name on the Discord because we have so many bins in here. Their name is Ben, and in parentheses, neither Bacon Bin or Physio Bin. And I just realized we have another bin. So we have like 4 or 5 bins.
Dude, I didn't even know there was that many bins in the world. Good grief. All right, so for re-engineering, the whole purpose of re-engineering is to go through and say what exactly happened and what were the exact points of our decision making should have been based off of the repeatable, systematic decision making framework we have built, right? And then to align it with the probabilities. How do we always say we line up live price with historical data? Well, that's what we do on re-engineering. You're supposed to be doing it all throughout the day, all right? There's a lot of points where you have to make decisions, and that's the whole point of re-engineering. And we do this every single day, Monday through Friday at 1500. So if you're new here, welcome, and that's what it's all about, right? We know that process is the most important to proper decision making, risk management, risk profiling, all that stuff, right? And we know that Austin did an outstanding job, which hopefully somebody can cut it, and talking about variance today. Once I left, I went back and listened to it, and it was outstanding. That yes, statistics give us the ability to understand what the higher probable movement is. However, there's something called variance that forces you to understand that it doesn't happen that way every single day. So we're going to cut that up and make that a video segment of itself, because it was very well done, and I applaud you on that, Austin. Why don't you talk about that now that we got more people real quick before we start re-engineering, because you did such a great job.
Yeah, I mean, well, today's a perfect example of that, right? So, you know, it's really important to understand the number, right? Like let's just take what we did today. Let's take one of the most common stats that we talk about, and that's the high day, low a day, right? We know that the 4 major times that we make some sort of high day, low a day is within those 4 major times that we love to show off with the daily profiler. But we got variance, right? It's not always going to be those 4 times, and even in those 4 times, there's 15-minute chunks of time that has the most data. Let's just take the 9:30, right? Like the majority of that high probable low a day is from 9:30 to 10. But we know that because there's a thing called variance, sometimes it could be a little bit to the left of 9:30. Sometimes it could be a little bit to the right of 9:30. And then take a look at the high day we're currently printing as we speak. Currently, the high day is around 1400. You look at this chart Mickey's showing you here. Yes, power hour, 15 to 1600, is that prime time that we are trying to gauge of making a new high day, but we also know that we fell to level of our systems. And if I could really summarize, like really getting an understanding variance within your edge, that's what I'm referring to, is when we say profitable trading isn't being right, isn't being wrong, isn't being able to define how tight your stop is, where you're taking the trade. In my opinion, profitable trading is failing to level of your systems. And if you understand the variance of your systems, because your systems are backed by objectivity, well, then now you kind of understand the heartbeat, the pulse, okay, the EKG of your edge. And that's really what the meat and potatoes of it is just knowing that typical plus the overperformance, underperformance, and the mean of the edge or the statistic you're trading. And that's very different than where do I place my TP and stop loss and what's my back test performance. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is, again, just using a very simple stat, high day, low day. It could be anything, midnight open, P12 mid, opening prices, OUs, right? Anything that has a statistic to it, when somebody says, hey, this has a probability of X% of happening, well, then you also know that there's going to be a zone of probability, not so much a singular level.
And then when you add conditionals events into it, like you see us do every day with Asia did this, London did this, and these are the two possibilities of what New York AM can do. Like you're able to line it up a lot faster with the live price portion of it, right? Because that's what it's about, is like making conditional based probabilities turn into reality based off of the live price. And that's what we're going to kind of re-engineer. So going into today, right, we're going to hit rewind. We're going to please be kind and rewind. And we knew.
Can we just, before we get into this, can we pour one out for Rumo here?
Oh man,
he's
been yelling that all day in the chat, right? Like, I was just like, dude, bro, whatever, dude. All right, so we knew that we went short in those two possibilities that we could do. We could either do the short true, which had a 30-something% probability of happening, or the short false, which would happen 68% of the time. We knew that we'd use the 4-step continuations for this, meaning that we'd get below the 40 basis points, we'd blow through the lower day, which you can't see because 930 is covering it up, but this shaded green box is the mode median of this short false, low the day zone, and then lack of 4-step reversal and blowing through the MFE 50, right? So we knew that that's how we were going to use live price to identify if at 9:45 me and Austin should have taken sells, and we go with a lower probable movement, right, for 9:30 to 11 or 12, or are we going to do the higher probable movement and do the 4-step reversal for this, right? So 9:30 opens up, and we knew we had candle signs probability going off this previous day high, right? We knew that this was the 30th to the 50th percentile. We actually went higher. We knew that this was the high of the day zone for the false at the mode to median from the time, right? We knew that like those things, we knew that volatility was contracting overnight, and with the VIX future, meaning the ranges were getting smaller, right? We knew that our trade plan, well, I didn't give you a real trade plan for the sells because I wasn't going to take sells today until 9:45. I did give you a half-assed trade plan. I said I would take sells at 9:45 with 5 micros, cover 10 basis points, and then I would use, where is it? Let me put it on this gunship so it shows up. If I did take any sells, that I would take my first cash flow target at the 25 percentile, all right? Or the 25 percentile, which is a 70% probability off the 930 break. So wherever my entry was, I was covering half off at 10 basis points. Cash flow number 1 would be here, and then I would just leave 1 micro to run forever, right? For the longs, I would cover my queen 10 basis points off of entry. I would use the 50th percentile because it would be in support of the higher probable false movement right here, and then I'd leave a runner to continue that 3-hour line, right? And that was the trade plan. And this is an example and one thing I think that is important to get into, no matter, we started talking today on stream, is, right, no matter what time-based range we put in our little time-based range box, right, which isn't going to come up because, oh, there we go. No matter what time-based range that we put in here, right, there's going to be a continued probability and a reversal probability. And I'm starting to change the true false, the continuation versus reversal, so people understand it a little bit better. We know that that's going to be a probability that we have to weigh on. Just like this morning off the 930, I don't know what time-based range this is. We knew that there was a lower probability for that continuation. Where are my drawings? Did I delete them already? I must have deleted them. Yeah, I deleted them. There they are. There was a lower probable for continuation, a higher probable for reversal. But we know that no matter what time-based range, what move we select in here, this being the 930, that we get a probability, and this is where, like, a lot of people get confused about, you know, us being systematic versus dynamic or discretionary. You can call it discretionary. I don't care what you call it. I call it dynamic, right? Now, me and Austin are comfortable with the fact that, yes, we know that the higher probability for this move was a reversal, right? It was to reverse, to do a short false or a short reversal, right? But like, if we look at the 930 over, this is 1800 out of the last 1800 days, right? It gives us this probability right here, right? And we can see that 5 to 10 basis points is 76% probability, right? Meaning that if I took this trade every single day, which I do, right? That, and there's 5 trading days of the week, if my basis points, and I even give myself more benefit because I take it off of entry, 10 basis points off of entry. This is requiring a 5-minute close outside the 930 to 935. That has a 76% probability of getting hit. So, right, this, for the 5 days of the week, will get hit, right? One of those days of the week, well, this is why we position size the correct way and we don't over leverage, because one of those, I'm going to hit consecutive loss, or I'm going to hit loss, right? And then usually those days where we can't even get 10 basis points off the first, you can't get it off the second, you're going to have multiple losing attempts until the third or the fourth one goes through. One of the coolest exercises we've ever done, right? Now watch him do it with, like, I don't know how many days you collected, but it was like, I feel like it was like 500, right? Where he took every single attempt was Austin. And we realized that, yo, there's only like once every quarter that you take more than 4 consecutive losses without hitting these cash flow targets. Either way, right? We know that for the days, right? I rambled, sorry. For the days, I can at least hit 10 basis points, all right? Now, as we look down the probabilities of movements off of that time-based range of 930 to 935, or in our case, 930 to 931, we can see that the probabilities drop. So now let's go. So this right here where it says 76% probability, 10 basis points, right? Coming back to our live price. So what you just looked at was outer sample. This is in sample because this is the last 75 days worth of that 25th percentile. So we're expecting a short true to be the lower probability, and I'm being forced to take shorts because of 4-step continuation, lack of 4-step reversal. Like, I'm covering my queen 10 basis points off of entry, and then my first cash flow and target is going to be right here at the 25th percentile because that's got a 70% probability, right? This 50-50, right, based off the conditional probability of a short true versus a short false, is less likely to get hit, right? This MFP right here that says 50th percentile is mostly produced on the days that we did long false in the last 75 days, right? Now with the longs, we said our first cash flow and target would be at the 50th percentile. Now going back to our outer sample stats, right, that would be right here around 20 to 25 basis points, right? So we know that out of the days of the week, if we take this trade, this is going to get hit 3 to 4 times of the day, or 2 to 3 times of the week, I mean, right? Well, since we've covered our queen at an area that gets hit 3 to 4, 4 to 5 times a week, right? We know that this is already a risk-free trade, or we at least reduced our risk if you trade the breakouts like Austin, that you can afford to take this. But you know that the 3 times of the week that this does get hit, that's going to make that equity curve go up. Now, as we go farther away from that time-based range, right now we're talking about the 930 trade, we see the probabilities drop, right? And going back to what Austin was talking about, right? We know that 930 to 1015 has a high probable, it's the highest possible reversal, because believe it or not, 1800 is in Asia is more likely to continue than the reverse, but this is the highest possible reversal time of the day, any day of the week, right? Statistically speaking, right? But then when you add the conditional probabilities of a short fall, as you can see clear as day, low of the day between 9:30 and 9:15, or 10:15, high of the day, end of day, right? So we can see, like, right here, right, like whether we're trading the 1800 for the 1800 low day, high day, which happens maybe 1 to 2 times a week, and the 9:30 to 10:30 high day, low day, which happens maybe 1 to 2 to 3 times of the week, right? There's 3 possible days of the week where either the 1800 or the 9:30 to 10:15 is going to make that dominant wick for the daily candle, right? The day just happened to be one of those days where it didn't say 1800. 1800 was a false, which destroyed the probabilities of an 1800 high day, low day, right? As you can see here, there are none, like the probabilities are low. So we and we had a contradicting market overnight. They bought up Asia, sold off London. So it pushes both extremes of the daily candle into the RTH, all right? Maybe tonight the 1800 gets a bid and makes the low of the day or the high of the day. Who knows? Like, that's for the night to figure out, right? But today, going into this market, we knew that the overnight was low probability. It still could have, but it wasn't high probable to make the high day and the low of the day. We had to push that thought into the RTH, right? So we knew that if by chance, right, this is one of those days that had a 2300 high of the day, right? Which, no matter whether we look at the conditional probabilities, right, 2300 does not make high of the days, right? It could have been if we had a short true, right? It still hasn't happened, right? We would have to target low of the day from late morning or end of the day. This could have been one of those variances that tomorrow we might have to put tick mark here, but when we don't bet on that, right? And if we are betting on it, like we both said, we take shorts at 9:45 when it's obnoxious, and I said when the 4-step continuation happens, I'll start taking shorts after 9:45, right? That's that variance that he's talking about. But what we place bets on are the higher probability. So from a risk profile standpoint, which we talked about with the probabilities here, right? These ones that common retail folks will turn their nose on, that has 30% probability, 20% probability, 37% probability, they're going to ignore this and never trade this, right? But this is truly what gives you the edge. This is unspoken variance edge that you have in the market. So now we have a couple of things, right? We have candle science, which is an independent measurement telling us previous day high has a higher probability. We went through this morning and we said, hey, this little green box right here above previous day high is an independent measurement of where price is going. Another independent measurement, if we make a low of the day, is this high of the day zone, right? So, right, what was I saying? So, right now, another independent measurement.
We got one question here, Mick, and guys, if you do, that's why we do this. Drop any questions y'all have. Where's the variance sheet? They're asking about that dashboard.
That would be released in week 8, right? Once you get to week 8 in the boot camp and you actually start collecting the MAE and the MFE off of a fixed constant in the move, that's that week 8 exercise, and that will be there when you get to week 8. So our risk profile is telling us, hey, for the longs, right, we're going to cover our queen 10 basis points off of the longs. We're going to collect cash flow at the 50th percent probability. This is what out of sample. This isn't even in sample. Out of sample that is still hidden. And then for the 20% and 30% probabilities, right, that people turn their nose up to, well, we have the conditions from a low of the day, from a candle science, from a high of the day, from a lot of independent measured things that say, hey, this is one of the 1 to 2 days of the week where you can expect this to get hit because the low of the day is getting put in, right? And this is why, like, there's not too many systematic traders intraday because they haven't cracked this code, right? Right? Like purely robust automations, right? There's a lot of automated scalpers out there because people have cracked the code on how to get 10 basis points, 15 basis points off of a, you know, off of a fully automated system. They just haven't built in the market environment and the conditional based probabilities to let them know when it's time to target the 50% and the 30% probabilities and the 20% probabilities, right? So today, me and Austin were targeting these. Like if I tweeted like, hey guys, today I'm going to target a 26% probability on Twitter, like they would laugh me out of the room. All right. They'd be like, oh my God, you're so stupid. You don't know how to trade. You don't know what moves the market. Right. They would just sit there and haze. Right. But in reality, right, the condition and the variables that this 26% of the time that happens were being triggered today. And that's the part that, like, even in the boot camp, even in the pack trade group, we have the hardest time explaining to people, even though we do it over and over, and we've been doing it for like this for over a year and a half, 2 years. Actually, it's 2.5 years now, nonstop, right? So hopefully that kind of explains that variance, right, that we were talking about. You got anything to add, Austin, before I move on?
No, I think the biggest thing people could do as far as like a problem or an obstacle that gets people from really using statistics to their fullest extent, and we see this all the time, is just a spreadsheet, right? Like, oh, this has a probability of occurring, but number one, what's the live price component that has the minority? And then number two is, even when that high probability occurs, what are those other, what's the spectrum, right? Like, instead of just looking at a singular probability, what's the spectrum of probability? And that's really what we try to emphasize, is knowing the spectrum of probability and then adjusting the levers to be able to adjust that probability to the live market. And if you can do those two things, you have a scalable edge that is not bound to any type of market. It's not overfitted or anything. Exactly.
Performance. Yeah. All right. So we talked about like the risk profile and why we chose the risk profile that we did. And we talked about the low of the day to the high of the day and the candle signs from the daily chart. Now we're going to stack some other probabilities on it, right? So I always tell people, like, on the left side of the chart is my outer sample probabilities. On the right side is the 75 MFEs of the in sample, right? So we see a couple of levels above us, well, that we can target. I don't know why I drew. Oh yeah, that's when I was, right? We see P12 mid. So if we do the 4-step reversal, right, what's the probabilities of us hitting that P12 mid, right? So we can come over here based off of what Asia did in London and the conditional probabilities of shortfall. So we can see that P12 mid has a 93% probability, with the secondary modes being between 9:30 and 10:15. So if we can't hit that thing by 10:15, bro, I don't know what to tell you. It's probably not getting hit. We can see that this is one of those days where midnight, Globex open, and settlement has a high probability, a higher than average range, meaning midnight, for example, if I just did every single midnight retracement between the hours of 8 and 12 with no conditional based probabilities put in, but every single day for the last 20 years, midnight would have a 65% hit rate between 8 and 12 o'clock in the morning, right? But based off of what Asia and London did in a shortfall scenario, we can see that it increased to 78. So it's at the top of the midnight retracement range. It's not low performing, but it's high performing, if you will. We see the Globex Open, which is above us, has an 82% probability with its primary mode, the median being between 9:30 and 10:15. So that's another thing, right? So we know we have upside reason. We have reasons to go upside. And then we also know that settlement loves getting filled under this configuration on a Monday, right? So with that being said, we have plenty of reason to go to Globex Open, P12 mid, come back with settlement was already filled, midnight open, all the stuff, right? Right. So now it's just being patient and, you know, taking the trade as we take it every single day, right? First thing we have to do is the 4-step reversal, right? So as you guys see, like there's three types of pullbacks, and there's three types of entry processes, no matter what strategy you trade, right? And we'll talk through that. But right now, we're just paying attention. We're selling, and we finally made a new low of the day, which was grateful. We thank the market gods for that. We come down to this 70% MFE off this 730 to 830 breakout, right? And then one thing that we noticed right out of the gate, what did we notice this morning about price and the relationship of this 930? This big green box is the 930 1-minute candle. What did we notice about that? Somebody type it in the chat. And we knew that we were going to do the 4-step reversal. We were going to be looking for the 4-step reversal as well. And once we did those 4-step reversals, or the 4 steps, the reversal, we could lock in the low of the 3-hour and the low of the day, right? And that we had to trade before all 4 steps, right? But the one thing we noticed on stream, like we do every day, we pay attention to the clues, right? Is that we made a new low of the day, but what did we keep doing? It's a lot easier to do this when live market's doing it, right? But good enough, like we can see that we cannot close below the 930. We keep wicking it. We keep dropping into 10 basis points off of 930 and sucking back into the range. We kept doing that, all right? Wick, close bullish, right? We could not do that, right? So 10 basis points didn't want to get hit, and we kept sucking back into the range. So regardless of where you took the longs from, I took the long from 25%, right? Covered my queen at 10 basis points right there, right? But if you took it here, right? We'll go into the entries in a minute, right? We start closing above, right? We close above the 9 o'clock 50%. Right here, we start closing above 930. 2 of the 4-step reversals are happening, right? So there's 3 types of entries, and I got to turn this one off because it shows the gunship that I don't want to, right? Right? You got the front runners. Like I'm a front runner trader, right? So when this front run activated and it started appearing, like that's the first thing I saw in Austin. Congratulations. Now you get to experience the world of Mickey when it comes to the entry process. So how did it feel today?
Dude, it was great. 10 out of 10 recommend. We'll do again.
So you have 3 types of entries, no matter what strategy you have. You have the people who front run without confirmation. You have the people who do the breakout, and then you have the people who do the break pullback after confirmation, right? There's pros and cons to each one of those, right? You have to decide which one you're good at. I do the front run of the 930 because I am very experienced in the 930. Like Austin's known for the midnight, I'm known for the 930, right? So I front run my entries. Like I even beat the front run today, I believe. But so like we know that this is the front run for the 930, right? We know that the 1-minute close outside of the 930 right here is for the breakouts. Now, once you hit week 8, right, you get access to the gunship light. And then right here, this green line gives a confirmation of it. We know that the pullback traders, right, these green, orange, and red boxes are the MAEs, the successful 930 longs, not just MAEs that every 930 breakout long or short, but the successful ones only. So the pullback traders who had to wait for the green confirmation, right? They're looking to enter somewhere within this green box, right? And the probabilities of a pullback within this green box, right? Let's make it green, right? Are from 90% down to 50% of successful, meaning until 12 o'clock, we can't hit the 930 low, right? MAEs, or they're trying to do the 50 to 30% probability right here, right? Trying to find entry there. And anybody who's already in a long, right? This is, right, the red box, right? You have a light shaded red and you have a dark shaded red, all right? This is the 80th to the 90th percentile, meaning like there's like a 10 to 20% probability that if price gets back to here, that this is going to be a successful, there's like a 10% probability that this is going to be a successful 9 gun market open long until 12 o'clock, meaning that I can plant my risk right here, which you guys saw me and Austin do, right? Where we said, once we got established and covered the queen and got our cash flow and all that, we said our stops are going to go from down here to up here in profit. Not because we like to go to break even, not because we like to trail our stops, but we're actually using objective data where it makes sense. If we breach this red line right here, right, that means only two things can happen, right? We're making a new MAE for a successful 9 market open trade, or we're going false. And I'm not in the business of trying to make new anything, right? So my risk was right there, right? Because if we breach this area, we're either making a new MAE to bounce, or which I can spend this area as we come back up, re-entering, or we're more likely going false, and this is going to be a true day, a short true day, which I'm not in the business of taking longs down in here when we violated MAE, right? So, like, hopefully that answers your questions. The like why entries and stops were taken the way they were today. Did that make sense to you guys, right? All right, so we got the 4-step reversals. If you have questions about what I just went over, go on and type them in the chat so I can catch up with them later. But anyway, right now the daily classification signature out of 9:30 to 10:30 is we swiped the 9:30, so we're expecting DNP or range 1, and we can make that decision at 10 o'clock, right? But all we do right now is say, hey, we swiped the 9:30. We didn't DWP or range 2 it, we just swiped it. So range 1 day where we spend 4 more hours making out with this 9:30 price, or we're going to go directional for the day, right? Did I just make this up on the spot, or has this been a rule that has always been in the boot camp for at least the last year when it comes to these daily classifications? This is the same signature that we've been talking about forever, all right? So we know that that's the signature, right? We don't have to make that decision right now. We just identified that, hey, that's the signature, and we just went false. So D and P up or range 1. We know what we're looking for now. We know from a process of elimination, we're not going to eliminate it completely because variance will let range, we can still have a DWP and we can still have a range 2, but we know over time, studying these observations, right, that more of the times it was a DNP or a range 1, right? So we're going to fast forward and we're going to go to 10 o'clock. We're still waiting on 2 of the 4 steps for the 4-step reversal. And then 10 o'clock opens up. We're going to put our probability flags on now because we don't do them during the 8 o'clock and the 9 o'clock due to economic news and market open. But now we know that our 1-hour probability flag is up and our 3-hour probability flag is up. All right, so for the 12 o'clock, we're expecting it to be higher. For the 11 o'clock, we're expecting it to be higher. All right, and then we're just looking for the last 2 steps of the 4-step reversals to lock this in as the low of the day. 10 o'clock opens up, right? We know that we cannot move. We're not going to move our probability flags down unless we breach the 9 o'clock open, right? Unless we breach this 9 o'clock open, these probability flags stay up, right? We know that we have to lock in the 4-step reversal so we can comfortably say we are in a green daily candle that's going to make a normal daily range. And that our job is to buy the dips, not sell the rips. The only time that it was going to be acceptable to sell rips was 9:30 to 10 o'clock. And that would have had to be in support of the short true. At this point, there's no more sells to be had. And not just because it's a trend day, and I keep to say after the fact, we talk about this every single day. The 2 things that we have to, the faster we can solve, the easier our trades become, right? What is the color of the daily candle? And is it going to be a normal size or doji, right? We've got a short false low of the day at 9:30. And distribution, when a volatility expanding market, I don't think we're going to have a doji candle, but if we do, the range 1 signatures will start appearing at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, right? And that will tell us expected range 1 and start adjusting. Right now, all we have to think about is where can we strategically buy dips at, right? Because we're expecting a green daily candle of normal size. right? There's your false 05 break. Couldn't even make it to the previous hour 50. Couldn't make it to that 9 o'clock opening price. You get a false 05, right?
We got a good question here, Mickey, by Neil Dag. What are the cons and pros of different entry styles?
Oh yeah, let's talk about it. All right, so we know that there's 3 types of entry styles. We got the front runners who do entry before, right? And that's more of my style. And I'll tell you right now, one of the cons of that is that you are going to get in every position that ever happens plus some, because you're entering before the confirmation of that strategy. So you have to be very, very diligent with risk, and you have to know that move very, very intentionally. I don't think there's anybody besides like maybe 5 people that has gone through my boot camp that knows the 930 diligently enough to take the front run. And definitely not with regular size the way I do, because it takes forever. Give me 1 second. All right,
You good? I'd say for just to fill the air while Mickey has to go away real quick, Neil or Daniel, is it's not as if, and I look at this like you just got different tools in your tool chest. Some people just say, I'm only going to take this way of trading. Some people, they use their analysis to kind of say, okay, today, based on where 930 is going to open up, if we're talking 930 specifically, I'll take the confirmation or whatever. Like for example, today, because we have the tools in our tool chest with the gun chip to show us like a good statistically backed front run area, where it was positioned at with the instat low a day and all the stuff above, that's just the final icing on the cake I needed. So like you got different types of traders with different reasons of managing risk essentially, and you pay a tax, right? There's a tax to everything in life. The tax to confirmation is you're paying a premium for position location, but for the confirmation of that move having a bit of a higher probability, because now you're entering with momentum. You're entering at the close of that breakout. Pullback, the tax there is sometimes you're going to get breakouts and you're just going to get left behind. And then other times you may get triggered into that breakout and your pullback is just naturally the path of getting stopped out, and you just entered in on a pullback as it stops you out. And then the front run, the major tax there is what Mickey said, is you're going to more likely be engaged in a lot more frequent trades than a confirmation or a pullback trader, because you're trying to get in before that confirmation based on either your experience, a mechanical model like the gun chip is, using your analysis. So it's just, you got different types of entries and different tools for either the type of trader or the just specific type of trade environment for this specific day that you're putting yourself in.
Yeah, exactly. Did you talk about the premium price that you have to pay and all that?
Yeah.
100%. Okay, cool. So for example, all right, we're going to take the 1800 and we'll just do in sample. All right. Oh shit, sorry about that. I had a delivery guy come in and he could only take my signature, not my wife's, not my daughter's, right?
Tell him PackTV live right now. How freaking dare him?
I know, right? So for 1800, right? We can see in today's market environment, right? Right? Breakouts might not be as successful. Maybe it is. It depends on the risk profile that you build. But if we focus on this 10 basis points, right? We can see it's 68%. 25 is 47, right? But front runners, right? It jumps. It's still fucking glitching. I was going to show you exactly. This is why it's not released. All right, it is working. So pullback traders, at 10 basis points, right, is achieved more times based off of the pullback, right? So it's also move dependent as well, right? So, and yes, we go into all this. We go into all of this in the boot camp. You just got to keep showing up and taking notes, right? So it's a difference between like definitely understanding the pros and benefits of, like if a breakout trader, like you're paying premium price, that means you have to, like, I'm just going to give you an example, right? If I'm a breakout trader, right, where I have to pay premium price on confirmation, right? What's the lever that I need to make sure is damn sure correct? Because if I don't make sure it's correct, it's going to blow my accounts on the times that I'm wrong. that every strategy goes through a consecutive loss period max drawdown. If I don't make sure that this lever is correct, right, as I'm paying premium for that entry, right, it will blow my accounts every time. What's that lever? And if you say position size, you're absolutely correct. Your position size has to be on point when you're paying premium entries, right? And it needs to be not just like for that trade, it has to be your DLL, like your DLL has to be considered, your how many attempts can I take with this amount of risk, right? That's one of those examples where it's like, do you have the discipline, right, to be that? Or let's say you're newer into trading and you need a couple extra steps, right? Like you're the pullback trader, so you're skipping the front run because you identify that you don't know this move, you just know it happens, but or you're risk averse, right? And you don't feel comfortable paying premium prices, so you wait for the pullback. So like it's definitely there's a merger between self and then move as well. Like I would never take a front run 18 or a 0-3 move, right? I'm more of a breakout or pullback trader at the 0-3 move because statistically it shows me, hey dude, you should not, you're gonna be 0-3 requires you to be a multiple attempt kind of trader. So like what sense does it make entering in a front running environment when it does poorer, it's less probable to hit, and you know, like the NFP data says just don't do it. Just be a breakout or a pullback trader. So it's a balance between the move and then yourself as well. Hopefully I answered that. Okay, so we know that probability flags are still up. We know that the line right now we're in a C2 state, we're in a C3 state. And once we take out this high or the 9 o'clock's low, that will transfer us into the C2 state. And from an hourly, we're looking for the guide. It will be the current opening, and we'll use quarters to guide it around that, right? We know that we're in the second hour, so this is going to be the time that matters to identify if it's going to be a range one or a DMP, right? So if we get an apex signature, meaning a sweeper off of these 9 o'clock lows, then we come back all the way back down, breach the 50, come back to the 930, Q2 takes out Q1's low, we're going to more likely have a range one day. And that's our signature to switch to a range-based trading style. And to expect, who cares about the color of the daily candle? Our job is just to adjust our trading style into that of a range risk profile, right? But if we don't get the apex signature and we keep getting line signatures, right, and line alerts, right, green daily candle, right? So we're seeing where Q2 is going to take us, right? So Q2 took out Q1's high, right? So we have to expect Q1 low, Q4 high. That's what statistics tell us, right? Our risk should be below the Q1 low at this point, right? Because if we breach that low, right, we get an apex signature. So we're thinking 9 up, 10 up, 11 down, right? Or 9 up, 10 engulfing 9, which I don't think that's going to happen. Or 10 Q1 high, Q4 low, whatever, right? We just know that our invalidation point right now is under Q1's low for a DMP or a trend day or previous day high or candle science zone right here. Right? We break out of the 05 box, Q3 opens up. Now our risk is going to be below Q2's low, right? Remember, we're expecting Q1 low, Q4 highs. Statistically, it happens more than any other signature for the hourly. Q3 takes out the high. Now we're looking for the Q3 or Q4 quarters break as an alert for the apex, right? And we just get a statistical Q1, Q4 high, right? So we come up to our candle science, we take out previous day high, we come up to our 30th to 50th percentile. Now at this point, volatility has expanded and it has convinced us that we are still in a volatility expansion. Range is still getting bigger. What they did overnight was just contract the range, but we've already overspent our New York 1, right? And when without any sign of mean reversion. So we know that instead of targeting the 30th, 50th, now we, from a candle science approach, we have to think 50th to 70th and possibly above, right? Because the 70th percentile, there's still 30% above this, right? But that's the outlier of candle signs, right? We know we have a line signature up. We know probability flags are still up. So the hourly probability flag and the 3-hour probability flag are still up. For the hour, right? Let me turn this back off so we can see, right? We know that the previous hour opening price is the one that can flip the hour probability flag down or the 3-hour opening price, right? But it's more likely to hit the 10 o'clock high and 11 o'clock than to come all the way back down. So we have to just pay attention and expect the 3-hour line. We got no apex signature in the second hour, right? So line up, right? 11 o'clock opens up. We start sucking back in the range, right? Same thing. We're waiting for Q1 breakout. We know probabilities are higher, right? Q2 takes out Q1's high. We expect Q1 low, Q4 high. I mean, Q1 low, Q1 high, Q4 low, right? Our probability flag still does not drop because we did not take out the high and previous hour opening is all the way down here, right? We know that we're on a DNP style day, right? We know that on DNP style days, quarters like to fake out sellers or buyers if we were going to the downside. So we're just paying attention to the price. Does it start sucking back into the range, right? And destroying everybody who's shorted on a green bullish day with a low of the day at 9:30. We've already got all the 4-step reversals. We've got the low of the day confirmed. We don't typically even, let's look at the data. Even on days like this, it is 11 o'clock, right? We don't typically make 1053s right here. The green represents the high of the days. We've done it 1.28% of the time. One other day we made a high of the day at this point. So like for you to think that high was safe, right, is saying that you're betting that the power hour, which equals out to like 30%, this 1% beats this 30%. We haven't even breached the previous hour 50. We just had the first signs of it. And then even then, right, it took 3 minutes to get all the way back up into the 15-minute and the 05 box, right? So we're still thinking DNP style up day, right? Now, there's your signature. We just expect an hourly doji because quarters broke in the 3rd hour, right? We know that our hour probability flag for 1300 is still up. We know we're developing New York 2 for the afternoon data, and 1500 3-hour probability flag is up, right? So going into a new 3-hour on the 1st hour, we look for 3 signatures, 3 line signatures, perfect 3-hour line, right? Meaning the low of the high of this next 3 hours will get taken, all right? Sorry. Within the perfect line is like the low of the high of the 3-hour will be made in the first minute, the false 05, or the first 5-minute lower high, right? If you're in the boot camp, you should be studying it and you got simulators to practice it, right? So we take out this, right? Now we know that our 3-hour and our 1-hour is now in a C2 state and that the current opening price is going to matter when it comes to the probability flags. Now we know that for the hours, we're going to use quarters because it's going to touch this opening price 500 million times between now and like Q4 of the hour. And we're going to use line versus apex signatures, just like we do every time to identify the 3-hour probability flag, right? So right now we've got a perfect line or first 5-minute line signature up. We have a possible false 05 line signature down. We're going to let Q2 tell us where to go. We're in a DNP style day. We're expecting end of the day to be in power hour. End of day, high of day. So Q2 takes out Q1's high. You get a Q1 low, expecting a Q4 high. 1-hour probability flag is up. 3-hour probability flag is up. In the first hour, right? You know, right now, all risk off of these longs should be underneath Q2's low, right? You're in Q3 and it's coming down, but this is just a red 15-minute candle. Okay, is it weak enough to take out this low? Q3 is done. Now our risk comes up to Q3's low, right? And we're still expecting Q1 low, Q4 high. And you can't get it. You just get a Q1 low, Q2 high, and inside 15 here, and then inside 15 here. So you got two inside 15-minute candles. All right, so now we know that the 1400-hour probability flag is up. You're in a C3 state, and this is the opening. Previous hour open is the opening that matters, right? You know that your 3-hour opening, 3-hour probability flag is still up, right? You're still looking for a line signature up. You have no reason, you can get an apex. If this wants to be DWP, we can take out the low, suck back into the range, and continue going for that end of day, high of day, or we can just do a line signature up. All right, so we take out the high, and we know that this is now the opening price that matters, right? Because now we're in a C2 state, and we're waiting to see Q2 take out the high, right? When in DMPs, Q2 takes out the high, so you're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high, right? You know that we are in the second hour. We broke out long of New York 2. All right, so let's put that on. Right, and this is the beauty of statistics. Right, we went long. We can see that there's a 71% probability that will stay true for continuation up, and a 28% probability for a false reversal down. Right, the highest probable time for us to go false is the 1400 hour, but the major pivot should come in around 12:35, and then for us to head down. Right, it's 1300. None of this has happened. Right, so we're going to continue trading up. Right, and still buying dips and expecting end of day, high day. Right, and then I'm going to speed through this because I still got to do my Asian breakdown, and I'm almost out of time.
I'm glad you added the word breakdown at the end there.
So you got a Q1 low and a Q4 high for the second hour. You got line signatures up. You got a DMP signature day, and that's all she wrote, right? So, right, pretty cool day, right? 1400. If you took the 1400 break, short, that was the only short that you had, right? And you got the Q1 high, Q4 low, Q3 low, but still line signature up, right? So now, right, this was your first time. Yeah, the boot camp's open all the time. Boot camp is literally like they explained the boot camp to you, Mr. Trade Travel East Pray Love. Right, the boot camp is more of an online. Your active lectures happen at 8:30 in the morning. If you slot a boot camp focus at 12 and in the re-engineerings, right? But if you come under here, Futures Boot Camp, all the classes are right here. It's 8 weeks worth of material, right? You click on it, you get the bottom line up front video, which I'm fixing. You do a quiz, then you do the in-detailed learning, and then you do the simulators. And then you go into the live markets and you practice it, and then you get the answers to the test at 1500 today, every day, right? Monday through Friday, at least. Right, so it's designed to be self-absorbed, self-pacing, and all online, and then show up at 8:30 on the YouTube, and show up at 1500 on the YouTube, and then when you get to the pack side, show up all anytime you want because we're going to be live trading. All right, so moving on, right?
Got Focus in the house. Nightbot didn't like Focus saying that.
Heck yeah. Hello, Focus. Christopher. All right, so now you got to see, yes, we had an anomaly day. We had a DMP, all right? It's not too much of an anomaly. It's just the way we moved it was an anomaly. We don't typically get DMP days. Those happen 12% of the time. And you can see the only other anomaly piece was from a distribution. We got above the 70th percentile of a candle science. Well, we know that we're in an environment where volatility is expanding, aka meaning the ranges are getting bigger. That shouldn't be such a shocker to you, considering we've been in this environment where volatility has been expanding since like June. Right? It just looks like we've been in a range, but these all are 600 plus or 500 handle days. Right? So it is what it is. Right? I know that I said this morning that volatility was contracting because overnight it was. The ranges were getting smaller. But 9:30 made it very obvious that I was wrong with the volatility contraction piece. So we adjust. Right? All right. So for candle signs tonight, all right, what's the probabilities? Type it in the chat if you've been around for a while. We're going to take the day's action and Friday's action. We're going to put probabilities on previous day high, previous day low, and where the shift's going to happen. Right? So I'm going to see how many of you guys pay attention. Right now, we're above previous month 50%. Then we're waiting on NFP Friday for Friday. Once we get above both of those, we're back in a trending market to the upside. We're going to be paying attention to our monthly quarters. Right? We're going to be expecting 70% green days, 30% reds. If we reject that and we get back below this previous month 50%, we can't get above this month's NFP Friday's daily range. We stay in that quarterly pullback, yearly change of character, and we expect 50% green days, 50% red days. Right? So now let's do our candle signs probability for the night. Right? Let's draw our zones back over here. Let's go into the platform and put our probabilities on. All right, so let me back out of all this. We're going to go to candle signs. NQ daily chart, 3 candles. Right, we know that Friday was bullish, today was bullish. We're closing above today, previous day's high. Right, so we can see that there's a 73% probability that we take out today's high.
Dude, that was
right?
perfect timing. Miller
What's that?
answered your question right when you said it.
Nice. Well, there's a 22% probability that we take out previous day low, right? So we know continuation happens more than reversal. For all we know, right? Monday, August 3rd, this low right here is the low of the month. It very well could be, right? I'm not in the business of trying to make those kind of long-term bets, but it could be, right? We know that this high has a 73% probability of being taken out tomorrow. We know that this low has a 22% probability. Now, these are the times where if-then statements matter, right? What happens? Let me draw my little, where's my little fib thing? We're going to take the daily range right there. We're going to quad it up. We're going to pay attention to previous day 50. The day is a little bit different because like where our previous day mid is and the opening price are pretty close together. It's days like this where you need to get the different quad levels together and see it from one level to another all the way back down to the open. And it makes no difference. Once you hit this open, the probabilities are already gone, right? Like you got one take advantage, right? But we can see that if we breach the opening price overnight, right, the low gets 64% probability and the high has a 61% probability, right? So if we start losing the mid, if we start breaching the opening, right, we expect this low to have a 66 and this high to have a 61. Now, believe it or not, there's no edge there, right? There's no edge between a 61 versus 66, right? That's why understanding how to use other systems matter. If we decide to open up and we sell off because when we are in an environment where we expect 50% green days, 50% reds, mean reversions, right? Until we get above previous month 50 and NFP Friday, we are in that stat that has lasted since 1963. That you can go onto my YouTube channel and see how I did it, right? Using Yahoo Finance and SPX data. It wasn't even called SPX back then, but same asset, right? But, right, we know that it very well can open up and sell off, all right? We are in that environment, right? But we know that we place bets on the higher probable bet until live price opens up and tells us otherwise, right? So for now, we're going to assume, hey, tomorrow we're going to take out today's high. All right. So we're going to click, take out the high, click over here, and we're going to get our zone. All right. Right. This signature has happened 962 times out of the last 20 years. This yellow line that says C2 high will represent previous day high. This is the 30th percentile, meaning that there's a 70% chance that 70% of that 962 will get above this 15 basis points. Only 30% of them reverse before that. Right? Those were your daily sweepers or whatever you want to call them. Right? So we're going to draw our 15 basis point box right here. And we are going to put the bottom of our green box right there. Same thing that we did this morning. Right? Our 50th percentile, meaning 50% of this 962, reversed before hitting 27 basis points, and 50% of them kept going. Right? So we're going to draw 27 basis points. God, I love what I do. This is so cool. Like, if I saw a dude doing this shit when I was a young trader, like I literally built this system based off of what I wish somebody had taught me. Right? And Mr. Focus is in the house, and he definitely assisted with a lot of these concepts, not statistically, but hey, dude, I've noticed this, I've studied this, will you run stats on that? And me just being obsessed with his workflow process led me to collecting a lot of data, him and a lot of other people. So our 70th percentile, out of this 962, 70% of them reverse before hitting that, and only 30% keep going. That's what you saw today, right? So we're going to draw a red box at 0.44, which is right there. All right, so now we know the conditions, right? So today, we'll automatically, we don't have a bias, but we have an idea that the higher probability is to keep going up. We know that we're in a market environment that is measured completely independent. That expects mean reversion, right? But as Asia, damn it, I was so off. Give me a second, let me adjust these. There we go. So we know what to expect, right? All right, so now we're going to go into our daily profile indicator, and this is knowing who you are as a trader. So for me, with Asia, I like to take my time and be graceful with it, right? I do like taking the 1800 trade, right? But we also know the 1800 is a front run of Asia, right? And if you're going to take the initial 1800, you might have to pay the consequences of doing it a couple of times, right? So we're going to come back in our daily profile. We are going to click on Asia. We are going to reset all data. And what we are going to do now is we're going to put what did New York 1 do, the New York morning, and New York PM do. And then we're going to war game kind of what we can expect out of Asia. So we can see that New York 1 was short false, and we're going to go on and assume that we're not going to drop all the way down to here. And if we do, we'll adjust. That New York 2 was long true. Long true. Short false, right? And we can see that we think 7:30 to 8:30, like 7:30 this morning to 7:30 tomorrow morning, you can see clear as day that the low of that 24-hour period is in. And you can see that there's a lot more data that a high of the 7:30 to 7:30 is to be had in tomorrow morning, right? So what does that tell us, right? That tells us that supports that independent candle science bullish move, right? However, it doesn't come that easy, right? Because we have Asia, we have London, and we have a whole 12-hour period that we have to navigate through, right? So we just know that that's a little breadcrumb, that the clue that the market's given us, right? We can see if we take those levels that the P12 low, right, has an 8% probability of getting hit, and the P12 high, meaning whatever the high of today's high is, has a 50% probability of getting hit, with the primary time being between 1930 and 2015. Right now, we're going to do some war gaming. Right, if we go long out of if we go long out of Asia, right, we can see that there's a 62% probability that we continue long until 2:30 in the morning, and we can't take out that 18 to 1930 low. And there's a 37% probability that we reverse, right? So we want to guard ourselves against this 37% probability. The 62% probability continuation will be easy to identify. You use quarters, you use whatever live price signature that you use, but you automatically in the back of your mind know that continuation will happen. So we need to put more emphasis on the lower probability and where to identify that at, right? So we're going to say false, right? We can see that it happened. We crossed that line around the 2100 hour, but the major pivot for the false is going to look like this. 1800 is going to start going down and then it's going to reverse up. Don't trust quarters if this is happening. And this is a unique night because usually the major pivot, right, for you ICT based traders, you call it the SMR, right, happens in the 2000 hour. The night is a little bit different. It can still happen at 2000 if we follow the red pill, but if we do the green pill, it will happen in 2100 hours. So there is some trickery to be had. But ultimately, what do you see in this price range tool? These are not just random drawings, these are statistical measurements, right, based off of that, right? And you can see it's just one big giant goofball of a range, right? If we do the higher probability of continuation, you can expect you should see quarters being trusted, 3-hour line signatures up. Yeah, you go into a range after 2200, but you just slowly, gradually go up, right? So we know what to look for. If it looks chaotic and if you're starting to get frustrated, by 7:30 at night, 1930 for you military people, right? It's because you're in a range and you're going with the lower probable false movement, right? And you're buying a reversal for what, right? It looks like nothing. Maybe it's something. Who knows, right? If we go short, right, we can see the same scenario: 65% for continuation, true, 34% for false, right? So either way we go, right, it's more likely to be continuation than false, right? Now notice we didn't get an 1800 low day, high day yet. I don't remember the last time we got one. So maybe tonight's the night that we get that continuation. That's why the 6 p.m. 1800 movement is a really asymmetric bet because it's saying 1 to 2 times a week, we put the lower day, higher day in at market open at 1800, 6 p.m. And we can take position early in the 24-hour period and capture it and still have runners at 9:30, right? You see Austin do it 1 to 2 times a week now. Proud of you for doing that. But we know that if we go with the higher probable continuation, move down, quarters should be trusted, but especially that 2000 hour, that 8 p.m. hour, quarters should be trusted. And then we go into like a shallow range between 23 and midnight. And then we start retracing and doing stuff, preparing for London. If we go with the lower probability, you can see, right, we just slowly drift down and then a late 2000 reversal, right? So 2000, 8 o'clock is the second hour, but 3 hour or the third hour. If you get quarters breaking in that 2000 hour to the upside, that's signifying that you're getting a false. And this has more of a trend than the long false does. So we know if we get a short false, you know, it's more feasible than the long false reversal, right? One thing I'll tell you guys that trade Asia, 1800, the early front runners of Asia, right? Pay attention to the market structure between 6 and 7 p.m., right? If it's going to be true, let me make sure I have it right. Like it'll be ranging and then 2000 will start breaking and quarters will start trending and all that stuff will start going down. If it's going to be false, right, it's a lot more choppier during the first hour and a half of the market open and then it goes down and then reverses, right? If we go long and we go false, it's just going to be a ranging mess, right? Kind of like last night's Asia was, right? Let's go look at last night's Asia real quick. I giggled because like I knew Austin was trading in. Like this is last night's Asia, Sunday, 2nd August. Look at
Yeah,
this
it wasn't a
range.
fun Asia.
This was a short false. So last night used Friday's New York AM and PM, and it showed you that it was going to be a mess. if you did a short fall scenario, and it was more tradable if it was going to be a long false, right? And if it was going to be a continuation, long or short, it was going to be a lot smoother, right? So if you get this kind of price delivery, you more than likely know it's going to be a long false, and it's not just walk away and wait for London or wait for New York, right? So that's my analysis for Asia. Hopefully this re-engineering has helped, and I probably should look at the comments once in a while to see if there's any questions. Austin, what do you got?
Nah, man, we got the questions pretty good. I think the only other question I seen, I didn't want to interrupt you with the rest of the recap there, was Andrew says, how many trades a day do you normally take? You love the 930 and you just mentioned the 1800.
Okay, so for me, right, I usually take an Asia attempt, right? Asia is definitely a bet that I will try to position with a live account, and 930 is always, right? But now, like, I'm trying to get more diverse. Like, I can trade market open, magic hour. I can trade 11 and lunch, right? But like, I can trade London, right? But like right now, over the last quarter, the trades to be had has always, actually, it's been longer than it. The last 6 months has always been the 1800 and the 930, right? So I'm trying to reduce that. And then I'm also trying this new concept where it's like, portfolio management with different trades. So I'm testing for that. So in the near future, like, I'll have separate portfolio allocations for multiple trades and multiple assets. But right now, I'd say my basic main trades are 18 and 930. And then if I get a good New York one, like let's say we get a New York AIM, which we're not in that market right now, where the New York AIMs like to sit there in a tight consolidated range, then I'm definitely trading New York 2. And I'm definitely taking 11 o'clock lunch break. I'm taking the 1400 trades, the 3-hour line signatures in the afternoons. But we haven't been in that market for over 9 months yet. So like the market environment and the volatility condition that we're in is always 1800, 930, right?
Yeah, I'd just say frequency. Andrew, if you're still listening, is just it's really just dependent on the edge of that you're trying to trade. So, our edges, we're trading high probable statistics of whatever session we're trading, whether it's, Asia, New York. And so just like how we kind of talked earlier about the dynamics of the market, we kind of showed you a little bit about the variances and stuff like that. Trade frequency is no different. For me personally, I don't look at trade frequency as if it's a set in stone. You should only be looking at this many trades per day because, based on what, right? Like, are you taking a 10-point trade? Are you trying to take a runner? Are you there's so many different variables that kind of influence trade frequency, just like how win rate, like a win rate doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of, I want to trade something because of the win rate. It's just a derivative of the edge. So for me, trade frequency, I adjust my frequency every single day. Like if I, for instance, if I'm trading the 1800 trade on a Sunday or a Thursday, I'm a lot more apt at taking maybe more trade attempts because those are the two really good days that not only lock in, or you're trading a day of the week that locks, or a time of the day that locks in a high day, low day, but you're also from a Sunday and Thursday perspective, you're trading a time period that's also locking in sometimes the high or low of day specifically on those days, and also the weekly close. So, or the open if you're talking Sunday. So if you're talking 9:30. A day like today is a day I would have prepared to take 3 to 4 trade attempts if I had to, because where the 930 was located, where the statistics were based on the analysis and being dynamic of being able to see these opportunities based on a good process, that's what kind of feeds my ability to say, okay, today's a day where I want to spend some money. But then other days, like 930s, if we already went false with New York 1, we've already retraced the pre-market overnight statistics, whatever the case may be, and 930s like in the middle of the range. Well, that's not a trade that I want to spend money on. I'm not going to say this is a no trade day to bottleneck my edge, because even ugly trades and bad trades, they still make money. So as long as that trade can be defined, if that risk can be defined and the frequency is relating to the edge that you're trying to take, the frequency is just as dynamic, in my opinion, as risk is, as targets are, as your stop losses are, everything. It's just a dynamic derivative of edge.
Yep. just like you see, like there's periods of time where 1800s, like I remember when we were back testing the 1800, that thing just sucked, right? Like, but like it's just everything has a mean reversion state, like to it. Everything has a consecutive loss period, and everything has a max drawdown period of it. And just being aware of when those are firing and when they're not is a huge benefit too.
Yep.
All right, I think we're good. It's homework season again, so my kid should be coming home, and I should be helping her.
Man, we went over today. We wanted to come back swinging with Mickey on vacation, and then in 2 weeks I go on vacation. Justin's on vacation this week, so I do apologize. I told you guys we were doing Bootcamp Focus today. Completely forgot Justin's on vacation. So hope you guys have a great day. We do this again. If you're just tuning in here, we do this every single freaking Monday. If you join the Pack Trade Group in the boot camp, we do this every single day, Monday through Friday. If you are a free member, Mr. Mickey over here does it Tuesday through Thursday, and then we come back and end the week and do an analysis version on Fridays. So we do a lot. Okay, we do a lot of stuff for free. We do a lot of stuff in the community that you pay for. So get in where you fit in. I hope you guys really got value from today's PackTV session. We had some really great trades. We had, sadly, Bowie unfortunately wasn't able to do his stream today. Karl got a beautiful pre-market short. We got some beautiful longs during the RTH Open. You guys got to see PTFX freaking come up on stage and nail a beautiful MYM short. And then you guys got to see and you can go back and watch the recording. When we come off for a couple hours until re-engineering or bootcamp focus, I had the gunship up and running on the chart. And you guys got to even see the gunship take some really good movements out of the daily candle. So hope you guys got to see a full variance and spectrum of what we do here. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, afternoon, the evenings, or mornings. Stay grinding on your freaking goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they've never done themselves. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, everybody.
Are you stuck doing market shenanigans? Stop trading on feelings. Luck is not a strategy. Trading demands discipline and a detailed business plan. Stop rushing to failure. We teach objective statistical trading. We turn market noise into quantifiable facts with our bleeding edge tools at thedailyprofiler.com. Journal your trades, your thoughts, your wins and failures. It ties everything together into a single place. Your journaling software isn't just a diary, it's your personal risk manager, locking down your risk parameters daily and weekly. Let the platform show you the advanced statistical analysis of your decisions and their outcomes with a professional grading system, including backtest valuations, generating deep insight, and showing you exactly where you have to focus on. Master the Daily Profiler. It instantly defines the market environment. Utilize the 4 steps for perfect reversal alignment. You gain instant clarity with our indicators. See the exact levels, 05 boxes, hourly, quarterly, and 3-hour logic. We provide the foundation for your success. Forget guessing candle fortunes. Our candle science uses previous open, high, low, close patterns to predict the next bar's probability. This means replacing subjective chart storytelling with objective statistics only. Knowledge means nothing without execution. That is where the pack steps in. Join an elite community focused on collaboration. Get guidance from experienced squad leaders. True mastery requires live market repetition. Our job is to move you from familiar to proficient to mastery. Stop guessing what happens next. Define your risk. Own your process. Start your journey